but nevertheless, our rightful place has been denied us for 13 years. The most recent veto to be put in was Austria's. That is a contradiction to the EU values, where solidarity, trust, and unity are important. We have a joint responsibility to secure our external border, because otherwise we undermine the economic potential of our region, and we deny Romanian and Bulgarian citizens their freedom of movement. Romania has been a trustworthy partner in European integration. Romania has made its contribution in economic and security terms. January the 1st, 2025 is not a desire, it is something that we should consider acquired, because it is just a question of giving us this place that we deserve in the Schengen space. If this is denied once again, it is possibly a reason for the turn to the right in these countries.
Thank you, Eric Darkwart. Thank you, President. Thank you, Madam Commissioner. I would like to start by thanking you for the hard work you've done over the last 5 years. You have been working within a difficult political context, and I think you've achieved as much as you could hope to do. A few things have been left over, but we thank you as well for giving us to work to keep us busy in the next Parliament. When it comes to Schengen, we're talking today about accession of Bulgaria and Romania. This is not only a political victory, it's also a major step forward for more than 55 million people in the two countries who are now able to become full members of this area of freedom of movement and a free legal area. This is important to promote European solidarity. On the one hand, it will enable us to fight against organised crime, as well as the freedom to travel. If at the same time we're to ensure that EU law applies in external borders, it's important that we ensure that we don't allow the law of strength and might to rule on the foreign borders, as we've seen up until now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stoyanov. Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, the Schengen land borders will be opened to Bulgaria and Romania, finally, on the 1st of January. The criteria have been fulfilled. Schengen has been a good system, but the system is no longer as effective as it should be. Some states, including the Netherlands, have reintroduced border controls, so a new border checks have been introduced. The Dublin regulation also creates borders. Richer states have advantages compared to the poorer member states of Europe. We need to put a stronger priority on the external border. We need the necessary logistics, the financial and structural resources to do our job. That's the only way we'll be able to protect the external border. We simply cannot be prevented from doing this.
Thank you. Nuro Junco Garcia. Thank you, President. The upcoming accession of Romania and Bulgaria to the Schengen area is inevitable. I hope you're aware of the challenges which Romanian and Bulgarian truck drivers face every time they have to take deliveries to Western Europe. Have you an idea of the impact of this on equal opportunities in those countries in comparison with citizens of other EU countries? At a time in which we're constantly talking about unity, what's the point of maintaining internal barriers within the European Union? Both Romania and Bulgaria have fulfilled all the technical conditions for more than a decade. So what's the justification for continuing blocking their complete access to Schengen? Aren't we falling short of the values which we keep saying we share? Integrating Bulgaria and Romania fully to the Schengen area is not just a technical or economic question. It's also a recognition of their role as fully fledged allies in the stability of Europe. This is why I hope that members of the House will support this measure to extend membership to those countries so that we can reinforce our external borders. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Andrei.
Thank you. Andrei Kubachev.
Благодаря, господин председател, госпожо комисар, уважаеми.
Thank you very much, President. Colleagues, I'm very relieved that the whole saga of the Schengen section of Romania and Bulgaria is finally coming to an end. But unfortunately, it's after 13 years of unfair delays. Over this period of time, the European Commission has repeatedly expressed its desire to put the two countries into the zone. Romania and Bulgaria have completely fulfilled the conditions, and they have shown that they respect European values. But nevertheless, a minority has blocked their entry to the zone. Now, I would like to thank the customs authorities, the border authorities, the Home Affairs Ministry of our country have all contributed to the success in maintaining the criteria. The vetoes depend on ideological reasons and not objective ones, and that's damaged our transport sector.
Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Negrescu.
România va adera complet la spațiul Schengen începând cu anul viitor. După 13 ani de așteptare, această nedreptate poate fi în sfârșit corectată. Românii vor face.
The time has come for this unfair treatment of these two countries to end. And that will be confirmed if the ministers do give the green light for this on the 13th of December. I hope this is the last debate of this type we'll have in the European Parliament. For years now, we've seen constant requests being rejected, and these countries have done their utmost and they've changed legislation. We have been given many millions of euros of funding to complete this accession. In the most recent budgets, we have also allocated an additional 10 million for border surveillance and control. I'd like to thank the Commissioner for her efforts on this. It's now clear that Romania is in a position to protect the external borders of the European Union. I hope that the anti-Europeans won't endanger this objective. Now, I'd like to thank those of you who've believed us, and I'm convinced that by the end of the year, we should be able to reach our objective.
Thank you very much, Petra Stega. Ladies and gentlemen, Schengen has failed. It's failed because the uncontrolled mass immigration, and also because of you, your lack of energy in combating mass immigration and protecting the external borders. The only people who benefit from Schengen these days are economic migrants and their traffickers, not citizens. So now we think it's the time to let Romania and Bulgaria in at the same time as the EU leadership completely fails to have a functioning protection of the external border. That's not the fault of Romania and Bulgaria, but the endless saga of this story in the European Union. We constantly have efforts to prevent asylum tourists from entering the zone. It's a complete failure for the European Union. Instead of solving the problem, instead, the EU engages in political horse trading. Austria is ready to give up its veto. Well, why is that? It's because the ÖVP party is in trouble, but is going to get the migration commissioner post. I mean, I think this is a very bad sign for the future.
Alessandro Serioni.
L'area Schengen è un pilastro.
The Schengen area is a pillar of the European Union. Bulgaria and Romania have been wishing to join for some time, and we cannot but appreciate the considerable work which has been carried out by both countries to meet the requirements and to deserve our support. But there is one factor which remains, which we cannot ignore. When speaking about abolishing border controls for them, other countries are bringing them back in because of migration, which is creating a fear which is working against inclusion and which is increasing poverty, economic poverty and intellectual poverty and crime. If we want to really change things, we need a realistic change in direction. We have to control our external borders. We have to cooperate with external countries. We have to open hotspots outside the EU, following the example provided by the Maloney government. Thank you.
Kabylov.
Thank you, Tanner.
Благодаря ви, господин председател. Уважаема госпожо комисар, уважаеми колеги.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, Bulgaria and Romania have long since fulfilled all of the criteria for full membership of the Schengen space. And new requirements were set, we have fulfilled them, and we have reformed Europe's migration policy. On the 12th of December, it is high time the member states finally do their bit. At the same time, however, we need to guarantee that the Schengen space functions the way it was designed. Free movement within the EU without border checks. Last year, 9 Schengen member states reintroduced border checks. Renew Group will do everything possible to defend Schengen. We need to ensure their security and freedom for our citizens. We also need to help our economy in these difficult times. Europe's citizens, the citizens of Romania and Bulgaria in particular, are looking forward to this step, which is long overdue. You cannot disappoint us again.
Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowni Państwo.
President, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. In the times of international crisis, ourselves, the European Union, must become as close and as solid, as focused on solidarity as ever. While member states are still fighting to become members of the Schengen area, like Romania and Bulgaria, other countries, other member states are trying to reintroduce borders within the European Union. Ourselves, the European Parliament, we need to treat all member states with due respect, honor them as equal partners, and the freedom of movement of persons and goods should be at the heart of the community. This is why we are supporting Romania and Bulgaria on their path towards Schengen area. The free flow must not constitute a threat to the military security of any member states, as is the case in eastern parts of Europe. This is why the external borders of the European Union must be waterproof.
Thank you very much. Birgit Sippel.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you. Unfortunately, recent years have demonstrated that member states use debates about the Schengen area as a political football. Cross-border travel is essential for the single market, and it's part of everyday life for more and more citizens. For Romania and Bulgaria, crossing borders is not a part of everyday life. For all sorts of very dubious reasons, they have been repeatedly refused access to full Schengen membership. 13 years ago, the Commission gave them the green light. It would now appear that after all that time, the blocking of certain member states has been lifted. It's essential that the Council take an immediate decision on the immediate entry of those 2 countries without any further delay. At the same time, we must protect border-free movement within the European Union, amongst other things, by removing numerous countries which have domestic border controls. The Schengen area is essential for our economy and jobs, but also for people and for our European society and cohesion.
Marieke.
Thank you very much. Marieke Ehlers.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, President. We are on the eve of full accession of Bulgaria and Romania to the Schengen area. Now, the Schengen chain will be somewhat longer, but as we know, a chain is as strong as its weakest link. And recently, the left-wing government in Spain chose to make immigration rules more flexible, even rejected asylum seekers who are therefore illegally remaining in Spain will be considered for a residence permit. And thanks to free movement within Schengen, these happiness seekers, once they have a permit in Spain, will be able to travel to the Netherlands without any problems. And although we're always very glad to welcome St. Nicholas and his servants from Spain, at least they go back every year, but illegal migrants don't. Because our returns policy fails time after time. Schengen is quite simply not solid enough to deal with the huge inflow of migrants. As long as we can't protect our external borders, it is our duty to control the internal ones.
Domnule președinte, doamnă comisar, dragi colegi.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, it's to be welcomed and necessary that Romania will accede to the Schengen space 13 years after unjustifiably having been insulted and refused. That's not a concession, it's a right that we have been denied for much too long now. Now we've seen all sorts of political calculations, we've seen a lack of respect for European rules and a lack of respect for Romania. We've seen all sorts of absurd criteria imposed upon us. The border between Romania and Bulgaria and Romania and Hungary are going to remain in force for another 6 months. And other member states are still planning to introduce border controls. Schengen needs to be reformed, but it shouldn't be done through exclusion and discrimination, but rather solidarity and respect. Romania and Bulgaria have shown that they're part of the solution, not part of the problem. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Ilan.
Thank you very much. Ilan Kyukchuk.
Господин председател, ако мога да имам едно пожелание към себе си преди новогодишните празници.
Well, it's more, it sounds like a Christmas list, but this will be my last speech on the accession of Romania and Bulgaria to Schengen. For about 11 years now, I've been making speeches on this subject here in the European Parliament, but I wanted to express my deep thanks to my colleagues here in the Parliament. My colleagues here in this House have helped to find a solution, not only in the interests of Romanian and Bulgarian citizens, but in the interest of the European project as a whole. I would like to thank our Commissioner as well. We know how long the path here has been, but the question is, who benefited from the exclusion of Romanian and Bulgarian citizens from Schengen? Who really benefited? Did it make the European economy more competitive? Did we find we solved the big security problems on the external borders by keeping Romania and Bulgaria outside Schengen? No. Quite the contrary. Thanks to our efforts, Schengen will be stronger. Now we need to confirm once again that we have learned the lessons. Otherwise, it would be a big shame.
Thank you very much. Emil Radev has the floor.
Благодаря, господин председател. Уважаема госпожо комисар, уважаеми...
President, Madam Commissioner, colleagues, here at the very heart of European democracy, we often talk about the need for security and justice. This does not mean further promises or further delay. What it does mean is full membership for Bulgaria and Romania in the Schengen area. For us, the doing away with border controls on the 1st of January is not just a technical measure, it's also a real-time test to see whether the European Union can act on the basis of its promises. We've been waiting for a long time. We've been able to prove that we're reliable partners. Hundreds of border control officials responsible for the protection of our external border are proving this on a daily basis. After the meeting on Friday in Budapest, we look forward to a historical decision being taken on the 13th of December. This is essential for road hauliers, tourists, companies, all of whom waste valuable time in queues at border checks. It's also important for the future of Schengen. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now we have Mr. Dinko.
Doamnă comisar.
President, Commissioner, the accession to the Schengen space is a duty of the European Union to those countries. The accession is a necessity for unity and security in the European Union. You've heard this again and again. For 20 years now, Romania and Bulgaria have fulfilled all of the technical criteria for accession. It's a strong symbol of European solidarity. It confirms that keeping to the criteria has been successful and that we have been able to maintain compliance. It's not a gift. We've said it again and again. The electoral results in Romania are going to have quite an influence on the future. Mr. Georgescu has won the first round of the presidential elections. He sees Europe as a trap. I'm glad that we haven't fallen into any traps, and I hope that in December the right decision will be made. Commissioner, I'd like to thank you for having made an effort for freedom of movement for all citizens.
Thank you. Antonio Tanger Correa now has the floor.
Senhor Presidente.
President, Madam Commissioner. Well, it's a simple question of justice when it comes to Bulgaria and Romania's accession to Schengen. They're both members of the European Union and have been since 2007. They're NATO members. They're trustworthy partners. And what happens if we compare with the situation of Albania and Kosovo? Do you want to try and compare these Romania and Bulgaria with these countries? No way, colleagues. The external borders of the EU will be stronger and more resilient with Romania and Bulgaria on board. But the important thing is that Schengen should function. In many countries, including my own country, Schengen does not function very well. Here we see mass immigration with no rules, without any respect for the country or its citizens. So congratulations to Bulgaria, congratulations Romania, and welcome.
Thank you. Nikola Minchev.
Благодаря, господин председател. Уважаема госпожо комисар, уважаеми колеги.
President, Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, this is a key moment for the European Union. Bulgaria and Romania have fulfilled all the criteria and done their part in defending our values. Since March of this year, there have been no checks at air and sea borders. At land borders, however, there are still barriers. The positive results since the meeting in Budapest and the change in the position of Austria do pave the ways to success. At the same time, it's important that this process be completed this year. That would be a victory for the European Union. As a convinced European, I'm convinced that this would be to the benefit of Europe. I'd like to thank Ms. Johansson for ensuring that this be part of our bag of Christmas presents. And I wish you all the best as well for your last few days here in Strasbourg.
Colleagues, I have always taken every opportunity in every interview to say I will be the first to celebrate when Romania and Bulgaria finally can join the Schengen zone. And now this is in tangible reach. All of the criteria are fulfilled. It is not the truth that people have been trying to keep Romania and Bulgaria out. The question is that the number of illegal border crossings did not make it possible to do this earlier. It was the European level as well. It was not just Romania and Bulgaria's fault that the times have been difficult. It's the European Commission that needs to work hard to reduce the numbers. Thankfully, those numbers have been reduced. The Austrian Interior Minister has insisted on reducing the number of illegal crossings. Previous generations have brought about open borders for the rest of Europe, and now it can be extended. Protecting the external border now is a common task.
Thank you very much. Now we have Sunčana Glavak.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Commissioner, colleagues. full accession of Bulgaria and Romania to the Schengen area is a question of justice, and it's of strategic importance for EU. Technical conditions have been fulfilled in 2012. Your path was long, full of challenges, political challenges. As a Croat, I understand well what this will mean for your citizens. Membership of Schengen is strengthening the safety environment of the EU, regardless of the skepsis from one or the other side, the left or the right side, I would say. Despite its challenges, Schengen encourages strengthening of common mechanisms, and safety measures should not, however, impinge on the freedoms of Schengen. For Bulgaria and Romania, joining Schengen means equality and membership of Europe in full. 2 years ago, I awaited New Year's Eve, lifting up the ramp that never existed after that on my border, and that is what I wish for you as well.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. The new European mantra is competitiveness, but there is no competitiveness without a full functioning single market. The Schengen space is an important building block in setting up a strong economy without borders, and Romania and Bulgaria have to belong to it. The internal market cannot simply stop at our borders. The extra borders lead to higher prices. The transport market is divided and leads to higher CO2 emissions. Accession of Romania and Bulgaria means more prosperity, not just for the countries concerned, but for all of Europe's citizens. Thank you very much to the European Commission, and especially thank you to Commissioner Johansson for your constant efforts in achieving this objective. I hope that there will be a positive vote in December. Thank you very much. And I will say cheers with you when it's true.
Thank you, colleagues. We'll now start the Catch the Eye procedure, and we'll pass the floor over to Andrei Novakov.
Благодаря, господин председател, госпожо комисар. 15 години по-късно, десетки резолюции.
Thank you. 15 years down the road, after 10 resolutions, 14,000 signatures in petitions against queues at borders. Finally, we've got there. I would like to thank all the politicians who finally made it possible for us to take this decision. I would like to thank our citizens, the Bulgarian lorry drivers who've had to put up with delays, heat and cold in their long waits at borders. Schengen is not something which we should view as a present. We've worked hard and deserve it. So I'm happy to be able to say to Bulgaria and Romania, congratulations, you've done it. Welcome to the larger European.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Mr. Aguilar.
Johansson, este Parlamento Europeo se ha pronunciado insistentemente.
Commissioner Johansson, for many years now, the European Parliament has spoken out consistently in favour of the accession of Bulgaria and Romania to the Schengen Agreement area. The fact that we've achieved this after having overcome the problem at the sea and air borders, we finally done it for land borders as well. And this is a good measure, thanks in great part to the hard work of the European Parliament. Commissioner Johansson would like to thank you. We recognise the role you've played, but this isn't the end of the story. So our friends from Romania and Bulgaria can now share in the same way as since for other countries the right to free movement. At the same time, what we have to remember is in the previous Parliament we adopted the border code. In other words, the reinstatement of internal borders should be an act of last resort. It must be subject to a green light from the Commission and must be reviewed by the European Court of Justice. Moreover, any such measure will be strictly limited in time. So it's important that we overcome these measures as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Tintinen, the floor is yours.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Madam Chair, Austria is going to lift its long-standing line of opposing to the accession of Romania and Bulgaria, and the border checks are going to be lifted from the land frontiers. That is a good principle, but we must not be naive. Member states must have the rights and means to defend itself from illegal immigration, Russia's threats and other threats. And that is why Germany and other countries have reinstigated the internal border checks. And they are not a bad thing, quite the contrary. They promote the security of all EU countries. If somebody considers the fact that they have to show passport when crossing the border, we may have to ask who has to be worried, a normal citizen or the criminals or the illegal persons who stay in the country.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lukas Zipper.
Our lands where once the border stood now flows the breath of brotherhood. No sentry halls, no gate delays. The open roads greet sunlit days. Through valleys steep or hills that climb, a fearless union breaks through times. In market hum and hearts alight, the ties of Schengen bind the night. Bulgaria's plains, Romania's streams, now wave into our shared dreams. From east to west, from sea to sea, the pulse of Europe beats so free. What walls we raised, our hearts unbind. Through Schengen doors we seek, we find. No greater gift, no finer art than Europe's soul in every heart. So travel on, let journeys weave. The thoughts of borders we shall leave. For here, in freedom's vast embrace, the union spirit find its place. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo, panie pośle. Głos zabierze pan poseł
Thank you very much, Matej Tonin.
Schengen, this was something the most beautiful that happened to my generation. I can still recall how we were waiting for hours at the border crossings. And I'm really happy that Slovenia is now surrounded by all Schengen member states. But even though Schengen should be this guarantee, we have control on internal borders with 3 member states. And Schengen was the most tangible achievement that people felt on a daily basis. This was a positive achievement of our European Union. And I think this achievement is under threat. And you know why? Because of poor migration management. Poor migration management has led to border controls. This is why I do expect from the Commission that will be confirmed tomorrow that they actually set up the Schengen that was meant to be with Bulgaria and Romania inside.
Thank you. And now Svetlana Penkova will take the floor.
Госпожо председател, госпожо комисар, уважаеми колеги, България и Румъния в Шенген.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Bulgaria and Romania as part of Schengen. That's important not just for the region, but for the whole of Europe. More than 10 years ago, we had already provided evidence that we were credible partners, that we fulfilled the criteria, we updated our border facilities, and proved that we could do the job. Schengen is the gateway to freedom and justice, equality, and this is something our people have earned. Integration is a problem throughout Europe, and this requires joint solutions. Bulgaria and Romania are part of the solution. Bulgaria is important to Europe. Europe needs Bulgaria, Schengen needs Bulgaria. The idea of keeping Bulgaria and Romania outside the Schengen area undermines both our legislation and the principles of the European Union. The time has come now for justice, time for us to do away with barriers.
Vreau să vă întreb dacă știți cumva cam...
Thank you very much. I have a question. Do you know how much money Romania has lost because of this delayed accession? 16 billion euros is what I'll tell you. If you're just counting for these 13 years, I mean, that's at least 130 billion euros. So where will Romania get this lost money back from? I'm assuming it won't get it. It was just lost. But remember, we were still going to have to wait another 6 months after the 1st of January, because there are another 9 countries as well who also have border controls on the inside Schengen. So we're still going to lose money even after the 1st of January. So my request to the Commission is that if anyone wants to put in a veto and says that a country cannot join, well, then there should be a punishment. Maybe Austria could pay us that money, because they are the ones who have been...
And now the floor goes to Mr. Buda.
Mulțumesc, doamna președintă, doamnelor și domnilor colegi, doamna comisar, România și...
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, Romania and Bulgaria have guaranteed security and stability at external borders for more than 11 years. After all these years of waiting, in January 2025, we'll be joining the Schengen area. This is an historic moment for both countries and for the whole of the European Union. We've travelled a long and stony road. We faced all sorts of uncertainties, discouragement, and unfortunately this has fueled a great deal of anti-European sentiment within our populations. So this is not just a big step forward for Bulgaria and Romania, but for the whole of the European Union. This is the best way of strengthening our unity and the values in the face of growing extremism. Our contribution sends out a strong signal for our joint commitment to democracy and European values. Bulgarian and Romanian citizens can now become full members of the Schengen area. This will promote...
Thank you very much. We've finished.
Z komisji, w imieniu komisji głos zabierze pani komisarz Ylva Johansson.
Commissioner Johansson.
Thank you. Thank you for putting this debate on the agenda. Thank you for reminding us again that Bulgaria and Romania belong in Schengen fully and unreservedly. We are now very close to achieving that goal. And I'm very happy on a personal note that one of my final debates in this House is dedicated to fully welcoming Bulgaria and Romania. Because this has been an important goal of mine during my mandate. And I know that today I am among friends. The European Parliament has always been a strong supporter of Schengen membership for Bulgaria and Romania. Soon it will be goodbye from me, but I'm glad that the much too long waiting will soon be ended. We will be able to say welcome to the citizens of Bulgaria and Romania to fully benefit from the Schengen freedoms. It's a big win for the whole Schengen. It's a big win for all EU citizens. It's a big win for our internal market, for our businesses, for our economy. Finally. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję pani komisarz.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Right now the debate is closed. And we proceed to the next item on the agenda, that is the Commission statement on prison conditions in the European Union. On behalf of the European Commission, Commissioner Helena Dalli. The floor is yours.
Please.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, I thank this House for putting the situation of prisons in the EU on the agenda of this plenary. As you know, whereas detention issues are mainly a competence and responsibility of the Member States, the Charter of Fundamental Rights requires that within the scope of EU law, detention conditions do not lead to violations of fundamental rights. Moreover, all EU member states have committed themselves to respect the standards drafted by the Council of Europe on this matter, such as the 2006 European Prison Rules. At EU level, the Commission adopted in 2022 a recommendation on the procedural rights of suspects and accused in pre-trial detention and on material detention conditions. The recommendation describes minimum standards, a number of which are already present in different international instruments, such as using pre-trial detention as a measure of last resort and introducing periodic reviews where its use is justified. The recommendation also provides minimum standards for cell sizes, outdoors time, nutrition and healthcare conditions, as well as initiatives with a view to regeneration and social rehabilitation. Given the vast number of international standards in this area, it is useful to systematize the relevant existing international standards, which are most relevant for judicial cooperation between member states. This aims to facilitate the work of judicial authorities who have to take rapid decisions in the context of the European arrest warrant and to lead to a more uniform approach in the EU. In order to monitor the follow-up given to the recommendation, the Commission has developed a questionnaire in close cooperation with experts in the field of detention. Member States were expected to inform the Commission on their follow-up to this recommendation by the 1st of October, and we are still waiting for the replies of some of them. Once all Member States have submitted their replies, the Commission will assess the measures taken at national level and submit a report in the course of next year. The issue of detention was also one of the priorities of the Belgian presidency of the Council during the Justice Council in June. Councils on small-scale detention were approved. These conclusions focus on the advantages of so-called small-scale detention facilities in terms of re-socialization and rehabilitation and call upon Member States and the Commission to take further action to promote this concept. The Commission also continues to work on the EU framework decisions that are relevant in the field of detention, such as the framework decisions on the transfer of prisoners, on probation, and alternative sanctions, and on the European Supervision Order. It has turned out that the latter two framework decisions are scarcely used in practice. To better understand the functioning of these instruments and to examine whether and how best these pre-Lisbon instruments could be modernized, a study has been launched this year and it should be completed by autumn of next year. Organizations that receive operating grants from the Commission, such as Europre and the Confederation of European Probation, have created specific experts groups on the framework decisions relating to detention, which meet on a yearly basis. Numerous action grants funded by the Commission have also been dedicated to awareness raising and support in the practical application of the EU instruments which I have just mentioned. I thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję, pani komisarz, w imieniu grupy.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. On behalf of the PPE Group, Mr. Salvatore De Meo for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, the fragmentary data on prison conditions and overcrowding require us to adopt coordinated measures and shared European positions to deal with this emergency. Could I just refer to overcrowding? This makes working conditions, living conditions, worse for the detainees. It is also difficult for the staff, and it hinders rehabilitation programs. And we have the delicate theme of suicide among detainees, but also among the prison guards. In my party, Forza Italia, following initiative taken by Mr. Tajani, we went to some of the Italian prisons. We visited them, and we put forward certain proposals to improve prison conditions, to transfer, for instance, drugs users into communities for rehabilitation. Over 50% of detainees very often are declared or acquitted during legal proceedings. So we have to find alternative measures in order to reduce overcrowding, but also to give humanity back to the prison system. We have to change it into something which isn't used for punishment or only, but also for rehabilitation. Let's remember that being in prison shouldn't be being deprived of freedom, but it should be a place where one is.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Mr. Rutolo on behalf of S&D Group. 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente. Grazie.
Thank you, President. The degree of civilization of a country can be evaluated by going into their prisons. Now, according to Eurostat, in 2022, there was one detainee for every 900 and something inhabitants. And there was a considerable overcrowding, which is the reason why the suicide rate is so high, which is why there are no statistics in the EU. In Italy, as of the beginning of 2024 up to now, there have been 81 suicides, one every 4 days. Now, needless to say, we're against impunity, but we would like to see people pay their debt to the judiciary. Everybody should pay their debt. White-collar crimes should be punished as well. So it isn't acceptable that in the prison in Naples there are 2,103 detainees instead of 1,400. Do you think that this is civilized? Do you think that detainees and guards should live in these conditions? It's too easy just to lock the door and forget about these people. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the PFI Group, the floor goes to Mr. Vallet.
Thank you, Madam President. You might not be very happy to hear this, but prisons aren't Club Med. Their role in France and elsewhere in Europe is not to pamper their prisoners, but to protect society. While prisoners are inside, they can't do any damage outside. By protecting prisons, we protect our victims. So we keep hearing that prisons are collapsing because of a lack of cells. You don't have to be an expert to understand that providing single cells, protecting wardens and the full length of sentence is an importance. It's important that prison wardens be protected by reauthorizing searches before prisoners are able to meet family members, which is a very dangerous time for wardens. It's also important that prisoners work so as to help them reinsert, but also to provide compensation for their victims. In France, one quarter of places in prisons are occupied by drug dealers.
Thank you very much. On behalf of Renew Europe, the floor goes to Mr. McNamara for 1 minute.
And the Council of Europe's 2023 annual report on prison populations noted Cyprus, Romania, France, Belgium, Hungary, Italy and Slovenia all grappling with severe overcrowding, with the prison density of more than 105 inmates per 100 places available, with Ireland, Portugal, Finland and Denmark not far behind. Cork Prison, in the constituency that I represent, is already at 120% capacity, with 60 of its 355 inmates sleeping on the floor. Of course, those levels of overcrowding make the prisons extremely dangerous, not just for inmates, but also for those who work with those inmates. Yet we hear the government talking about, our government parties as they campaign, talking about increasing minimum sentencing. I mean, the question arises, where are you going to put these inmates? Who is going to be Barabbas? Who is going to be released instead? Instead of just talking about more prison spaces, which, yes, are needed, we also need to ensure that there are less people serving short-term sentences and prisons don't become a place where we're housing people with addiction problems and mental health issues. Fundamental reform is needed of our prisons across Europe. Thank you, Madam President.
Dziękuję bardzo w imieniu...
Thank you very much. And now on behalf of the Greens and the European Free Alliance, the floor goes to Saskia Brickmont for 1 minute.
Catastrophique. C'est l'état...
Catastrophic. That is the situation in Europe's prisons. In 12 different countries, there is overcrowding. It's up to 200% overcrowding in some prisons. So these are old prisons, they're overcrowded, there are hygiene problems, there's a problem with dignity, access to care, rights, and the kind of work that needs to be done to prevent repeat offences and radicalisation. Well, new prisons are being built, but more places end up with more prisoners filling them. The mega prison in Haren is one example. The prison wardens go off on strike. They have terrible working conditions. The fundamental question is, what vision of society and what model for prisons do we want? For 5 years now, I've been calling upon the EU to set up a common binding framework for prison conditions. It's very serious that in 2022 our governments refused to consider such a thing. It's bad for the prisoners, it's bad for judicial cooperation in Europe, and bad for the rule of law. European law has to be the ultimate guarantor.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the left group, the floor goes to Madame Salis for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Benito, Musa are names which aren't known. Vincenzo, Federico, Giuseppe, Pasquale. These are names which aren't known. Salvatore, John. All of these names are unknown. Salvadore, Abdagil, Atef. They're all unknown. Luca, unknown. Name unknown. Name unknown. Giuseppe, Luzim, Alessandro Patrizio. Unknown name. Fabiano, Fabrizio, Vincenzo, Fedi, Youssef. Unknown names. Giuseppe, Mayon. Unknown name. Francesco, Ali. Unknown name. Giuseppe, Alim Vasili. Unknown name. 1 minute would not be sufficient to list all the people who committed suicide in Italian prisons.
Thank you, Madam. And now the floor goes to Mr. Don Nascimento Cabral. 1 minute on behalf of EPP.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. Conditions in prisons are a major concern when we think about the dignity of the human being. In Portugal, half of prisons are overcrowded. There's obsolete infrastructure. They're all worn out. There's a lack of access to health care, and the prison guards are overloaded. We need to get new people into the profession. There are new technologies being used and pilot projects. In Ponta Delgada in the Azores, it's got an occupation rate of 120%. The conditions are subhuman. And there's hundreds of people who have to be transferred from the islands to the Portuguese mainland, which puts them in a situation of isolation from their families, and it makes rehabilitation more difficult. That is the whole point of prison. This situation has to end. The promises have been made for more than 2 decades now, and nothing has been done. We now need to ensure that the new government builds a new prison in 2027.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner Dalli. Durante la primera legislatura en que tuve
During the first period in which I had the honour of presiding a committee in this European Parliament, I took part in a visit organised by the European Parliament to visit prisons. We saw the enormous differences between member states, and one of the very many deficiencies which we saw then. It's important to start with one of the early articles of the European Convention of Human Rights. Article 4 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights also says prisoners' rights must be protected. During the same period of Parliament, we adopted a series of rules which guaranteed minimum standards, not just for those being prosecuted, but also minimum standards for people in prisons. But our work won't be completed until we've adopted the European Parliament resolution regarding the conditions in preventative custody in the European Union. What we need is not just a code setting out minimum and maximum duration for preventative custody, but also figures regarding the average duration and the minimum conditions which must apply in line with the European Convention on Human Rights and, of course, the Charter of Fundamental Rights.
Vidal, 1 minuta.
1 minute.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. The condition which must be fulfilled in any European prison is that the wardens, the staff in those prisons, be safe. Prisons in Europe are now occupied by increasingly dangerous prisoners. Every day we hear in the news about attacks on the wardens. And increasingly, prisons are acting as centres of radicalisation for their prisoners. This is part of an unacceptable situation. Wardens do a dangerous, risky job, but they are not given the resources they need to do it. This includes recognition as figures of authority, thus may be given the human, material and legal resources they need to guarantee their physical integrity when doing their job, as well as their dignity at work. Safety and security for the whole of society starts by recognizing that of those who look after those who could actually overthrow that.
Thank you. The floor goes to Mr. Pirinari for 1 minute.
Pan poseł jest nieobecny w związku z...
He is absent, so now the floor goes to Madame Strada. Oh no, you're here. The floor is yours, Mr. Pirinari.
Madam President, Commissioner, for many years in Bavaria, I worked as a prison doctor in a ward. I was manager of a ward. The current accusations of torture against the Bavarian prison of Augsburg-Garblingen are a shock to me. They also talk about abuse and inhumane conditions. In Germany, it's a federal country, so the regions are responsible for prisons. In Bavaria, there seem to be problems. We need more transparency in prisons. When restraint is used or high security cells are used, there need to be better controls by prison doctors. For these prisoners, there could be a right to consult a lawyer. Prison commissioners who work as neutral and independent interlocutors for the judicial administration can be a useful resource to deal with abuses. I'd also remind you that this is under the subsidiarity principle, so Germany can deal with this without any EU rules. So Bavaria, do your work, then we don't need any EU rules.
Thank you, and now the floor goes to Madame Strada for 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente. Thank you, President. Commissioner, colleagues, despite the rulings of the European Court for Human Rights, resolutions of Parliament, overcrowding in prisons, the degrading and inhuman condition of prisoners exists throughout Europe. 110% of posts or places are filled in Italy. There were practically 2 suicides per week last year. Now, as happened in many cases, this can be considered to be a torture, a violation of the Nice Treaty, and it can lead to the deterioration of relations between detainees and guards. It hinders vocational training and integration programs. There are solutions, alternative measures to prison for minor offences, reintegration and rehabilitation programs for youth so that they don't go back into prison as adults. We have to look into the European standards for the conditions to apply to detainees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanchez, for 1 minute.
Débat sur les conditions de détention en Europe.
This debate on conditions in prisons in Europe is quite interesting. In many countries in the world, there's still a clear vision of good and evil. Prison is a place for punishment, a harsh place where people are sent because they've behaved badly, and where people are treated as somebody who's guilty. Many European countries seem to have more consideration for those who are for perpetrators and victims. I'd like to remind you, for example, of the sort of the organisation of like a TV game where prisoners in Friend Prison were out on go-karts. In many prisons, criminals continue to traffic drugs from inside as well as radicalising others. Unheld promises by a succession of governments in France when it comes to creating new places and massive immigration supported by the European Union, which is an enormous source of criminals filling our prisons. The time has come back to bring double sentences, minimum sentences, to send prisoners back to their countries. Prison should no longer be a dumping ground. Prison wardens are doing a very difficult job, and they're simply ignored. They're not given the resources they need to maintain discipline. They're expected to show greater consideration for prisoners and for victims.
Thank you very much. Now we proceed to the Catch the Eye procedure. I've got 5 requests. Madam Alessandra Moretti will speak as first. The floor is yours.
Carcere di Regina Coeli.
The prison of Regia Coeli at Rome, they've got seriously overloaded. We are in trouble in many, in Milan, 230% occupation. More than 80 prisoners committed suicide in 2024 alone. These are just some of the data that describes the terrible conditions in Italian prisons. The prisoners, in most cases, don't even have the minimum space of 3 square meters per person. That's established by the European Convention on Human Rights. The European Union describes the minimum area for pigs in intensive farms, but they do not have the same regulation for human beings in prisons. So anger is growing in our prisons. This is shameful, and the treatment of people should not violate the human rights that are the foundation for our union.
Thank you. Now the floor goes to Mr. Sebastian Tintinen. The floor is yours, sir.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Madam Chair, in Finland we have one of the most comfortable prisons in Europe. They are so comfortable that one of the open prison client said in an interview, there is no iron anywhere. We can have 3 meals a day and have a sauna, and that was a great time in my life. Despite that, both the Council of Europe and the anti-torture organisms have looked upon Finland. They have said to us that a detained cannot be had in the police premises, even for a short time. Detained preventive care criminals are detained because we have to try and do everything to bring the guilty ones into justice, and this is not a case of torture, it is a case of normal investigation of a criminal act.
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Mr. Anthony Smith.
Présidente, collègues, merci.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, yes, there are problems with the prison system, but the far right insists on defending an outdated and authoritarian model. Our fascists might not like it, but reality proves you're wrong. In France, for example, reoffending rates who've been released from prison is 65%, whereas it's just for 40% for those who are provided with social support, for those who are allowed to complete their sentence in open prisons, for example. We have to support probation and reinsertion services. That's something which you should be talking about, dear friends from the far right. So rather than being laxist, let's just recognise we're being humane.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lukas Zipper, the floor is yours.
Liebe Menschen Europas,
People of Europe, in this debate on prison conditions across the European Union, we can see that there's a lot of room for improvement. But I wanted to focus in on one statement that I heard from a colleague. He said, we have to put people in prison because we want to protect their victims, but not the inmates. So, yes, we do lock people up in order to protect the victims from potential crimes. And of course, there's a punishment purpose in prisons. But as long as we live under the rule of law, we have to protect the prisoners too. A state that is not in the position to detain people under humane conditions is no better than the dictatorships that shamefully continue to exist on our continent. So even the people who commit crimes deserve human detention. Thank you.
Mr. Diego Solier will take the floor.
Buenas. ¿Qué puede ser más?
Good evening. What could be more dangerous than trying to negotiate with rapists and murderers? That's what I think. How is it possible that prison wardens are not listed as a risk profession? How is it possible that they're not given the status of holders of authority in Spain? Every 6 hours, a prison warden in Spain is attacked. But apparently they're not part of a risk profession. Prison wardens have to wait till they're 65 to achieve full retirement rights. Whatever happens with the police, they're treated differently and their pay is different for the same work. There is no equality. Governments legislate to protect prisoners. They must also legislate to protect wardens. Otherwise, the world is upside down.
Thank you. And now, on behalf of the Commission, the floor goes to Commissioner Dalli. The floor is yours, Madam Commissioner.
Thank you, President, and thank you for this debate. The Commission wants to underscore the need to improve the situation in prisons within the EU. And since poor prison conditions risk violating fundamental rights of citizens and seriously affect the proper operation of judicial cooperation instruments, such as the European Arrest Warrant. I recall that as part of the political priorities of the next Commission, President von der Leyen announced work to strengthen the European Arrest Warrant and to step up cooperation between Eurojust and Europol. The report that the Commission will publish in the course of 2025, assessing compliance with its recommendation on detention, will provide more transparency on the situation in the Member States. The Commission will also continue to develop synergies with the work done by the Council of Europe in this area by providing funding to the European network of national bodies that monitor detention conditions in the Member States. In close cooperation with the Council of Europe, guidance and training for judicial professionals will also be developed in order to raise awareness of the recommendation on detention. I thank you for your attention.
Bardzo dziękuję, pani komisarz. Zamykam.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. This debate is now closed, and we shall proceed to the next item on the agenda, which is the Commission statement on the urgent need to tackle the gender pay gap. The floor goes to Commissioner Dalli on behalf of the European Commission.
Thank you, President. Honourable members, 2 weeks ago we marked the European Equal Pay Day. This day quantifies the number of extra days women must work to earn men's take-home income. This year, women must shoulder 46 extra days of work to match men's pay, which is about twice the number of vacation days the average European worker gets a year. During this Commission's mandate, we reduced the gender pay gap by the equivalent of 5 days, and I augur that during the upcoming mandate, it will be shrunk further. Yet, despite the gender pay gap's decrease, the drop I am reporting is, of course, modest. Women's gross hourly earnings remain, on average, 12.7% below those of men. And at the current rate of progress, we would need another 28 years before achieving pay equality for women and men in the EU. The gender pay gap is caused by various factors, among them discrimination and biases between women and men in pay systems. The new European legislation on pay transparency was developed to usher a new era of fairness. It is expected to empower workers to claim their rights by finally giving them access to the information they need and alleviating administrative obstacles. It will also trigger action by companies to address the systemic undervaluation of women's work and address structural discrimination in pay. Effective implementation is now key. I stress that equal pay is not only about equal pay for men and women carrying out the same job. It is also about equal pay for work that appears to be different, but in fact requires comparable skills, efforts, and responsibilities, and is therefore worth the same. We will put extra effort in supporting the proper application of the principle of equal pay between men and women for work of equal value in the Member States. We have had the principle of equal pay in our treaty for 67 years, but it proved not effective in practice, as you know. The Pay Transparency Directive changes this as it puts forward tools, mechanisms, and obligations to address lingering discrepancies. We are supporting the development of tools and methodologies for employers to detect and correct any unjustified gender pay differences. A solid methodology to compare jobs of equal value will be essential. To support this development, the European Institute for Gender Equality is developing a step-by-step toolkit on gender-neutral job evaluation and classification systems, which will be accessible online at the beginning of 2026. But putting in place pay transparency is, of course, not the end of the story. The upcoming European Equal Pay Day reminds us of how much work must be done to address the other causes of the gender pay gap. Among these other causes are the underrepresentation of women in decision-making positions, gender stereotypes about the roles of women and men in society, an unequal sharing of domestic and care responsibilities, and the perpetuation of inequalities in pension systems. I recall that during this Commission's mandate, we addressed several of these other causes, as you know. We ensured other achievements, the adoption of the Directive on Gender Balance on Corporate Boards in 2022, the increase of female representation on the boards of EU's largest listed companies will give many qualified women a real chance to reach a top position. It is, however, not enough to have women in top positions or equally represented. Women must have a safe and supportive environment to thrive professionally and take on leadership positions within their organizations. The support can include mentoring programs, inclusive and family-friendly work arrangements, and the assurance of a safe work environment free from internal and external harassment. This goes hand in hand with fighting deeply ingrained stereotypes which are often used to question women's skills and competencies. Such hostile environments cause many women to leave public office. We have also put substantial efforts into fighting harmful gender stereotypes. We have developed an EU-wide communication campaign. The campaign tackles gender stereotypes in all areas of life, career choices, sharing of care responsibilities, and decision-making. We invite you all to share the campaign material with the hashtag End Gender Stereotypes. But if we want to give women an equal opportunity to participate on the labour market and value our contribution in achieving a competitive European economy, we must create the adequate structures for care responsibilities to be used equally by women and men. Women continue to bear the brunt of household and caring responsibilities, making them leave the labour market or work less hours. Currently, 7.7 million women are unable to join the labour market due to a lack of available care services, even though they are qualified and even though it is not their choice to not be in the labour market. But because of these care responsibilities and the lack of care services, they are not in the labour market. In 2023, the employment rate for men stood at 80.4% and for women at 70.2%. The gender employment gap is wider when considering full-time equivalent employment. The share of women in part-time work is much higher, 27.9% compared to 7.7% for men in 2023. And even wider among employed women with children, 31.8% compared to 5% in 2023. This matter is addressed in the Work-Life Balance Directive and the Care Strategy. The work-life balance rules improve the conditions to balance work and family choices to achieve a better sharing of domestic and caring responsibilities between women and men, and to create the conditions for women to enter or remain in the labour market. It does so by designing family leave and flexible working arrangements. We are pursuing work on enforcement to ensure the correct implementation of this directive in all member states. Through the European Care Strategy, we also urge member states to invest in high-quality, affordable and accessible care. Available care services allow both women and men to engage in paid work. Strong public care services not only enhance women's participation in the labour market, but also provide employment. And finally, we must keep in mind that all the inequalities women face during their working life culminate at old age. In 2023, the gender gap in pensions stood at over 25.4%. One of the objectives of the gender equality strategy is that women receive fair pensions. The Commission included the gender dimension in our triennial pension adequacy report prepared together with the Social Protection Committee. These efforts will need to be stepped up and sustained during the coming years. And my mind is at rest looking at this House this evening, where I can see many of you who were a great support to the Commission's work. And I really thank the Parliament for pushing us harder so that we could achieve what we have so far achieved. And I am sure that seeing your faces here, familiar faces, that you will continue doing this so that we can achieve more and more. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję, pani komisarz.
Thank you very much. And now on behalf of the EPP group, the floor goes to Madame Maletti for 2 minutes.
Ευχαριστώ, κυρία Πρόεδρε, κύριε Επίτροπε, αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι.
Dear Chair, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, is there someone in this room that could adequately explain to me why a woman is paid less than a man for the same job, even if she is more qualified? If we quantify how much less women are paid per year, we shall see that they amount to a month and a half of salary. Would you like to work a month and a half without getting paid? Do not put this down to the fact that women negotiate less about their pay, or about the fact that at some point they will have to stop working in order to take care of their babies. We hear this often, but this is what reproduces the problem. We are a day after the International Day to eradicate violence against women, and yet we have here another violent inequality. But in order to achieve this, we do not have to have some complex political strategy. It's simple. Men and women should get paid the same for the same work, because as long as this is not done, we have an unfair discrimination which is in violation of labor laws, and we have women, especially mothers, becoming poorer, and this is economic violence that is connected with other forms of violence. And this goes throughout the life of a woman, because then women have smaller pensions. So this directive for pay transparency is a very good piece of legislation, but the member states need to legislate in order to forbid this form of discrimination, but also create an environment where people will feel free to speak up about this. We need to remedy this and ensure that no one is left behind. Not us, not our daughters, not our mothers or our grandmothers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the S&D Group, the floor goes to Madam Fritzon for a minute and a half.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, President, and thank you to Commissioner Dalli for all of the work that you have done in the pursuit of equality over all these years. How long more will women have to wait? The third year in a row where women in Europe earn 12% less than men. That's the same as a month and a half's salary per year that they lose. That is unacceptable. Women dominate in low-wage professions. They have to take responsibility for home and family in many cases, and they pay for that with lower salaries but also lower pensions. It's not a question of choice. It's a question of structural injustice. Girls are often better at school. Women have high skill levels which are required in our societies and in our companies. If we can continue at the same rate as today, it will take a lifetime before we achieve equality in the EU. We could never accept that. One of my grandchildren is 10 years old. She's going to school. What am I supposed to tell her? That it will take 60 years before she can live in an equal Europe? By that time, she'll be a pensioner herself. And I do not plan to wait that long. We should accept nothing less than a situation where our children and grandchildren get equal pay for equal work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now on behalf of the PFI group, the floor goes to Madame Lapisa Carrion for 1 minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, our constitutions, as well as the Charter of Fundamental Rights, guarantee equality between men and women when it comes to employment, both in terms of work and pay. Different salaries between different people is normal and has to exist. And there are always reasons to be found in the level of training, prior experience, working hours, the sector. The data just confirm a major gender gap. Working mothers. The directive regarding transparency is presented here as a step forward. In reality, however, it involves extra red tape and legal difficulties for companies. This leads to less employment opportunities for everybody, including women. What's urgent now is to generate an environment of prosperity. We have to ensure that that companies don't fail and blame women. We want everybody to listen to us.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the ECR group, Madam Marlena Malong for a minute and a half.
Szanowna Pani Przewodnicząca.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, economic discrimination is a topic which is bidimensional, regulatory and ideological. Sometimes the second aspect prevails within the European Parliament. The same persons would force women to compete with transgender persons while supporting the alleged equality of genders. Let us put ideology aside. The deepening gender pay gap is a systemic problem. We will not solve it by way of a single regulation, which will do more damage than good. Sometimes, when in the Parliament we hear about the sad fate of women in my country, but let us look at facts. The average pay gap in the European Union exceeds 12%, while it's lower than barely 8% in Poland. This system must be built from bottom up. First of all, let us ensure flexible mode of work, accessible childcare, legal regulations which will be protecting the rights of parents. We need to enhance general awareness within the society, and we need to be very transparent in reporting pay differences. Such activities, such actions which would be concerted, would now enable us to build a new, better labour market. Let us build a new and just system based on clear principles. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. On behalf of Renew Europe, Madam Jana Tom, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, dear colleagues. The question around the gender pay gap is sometimes the same. How can we encourage women to take part in the labour market? And all I hear is, how much more juice can we squeeze out of these lemons? All across the EU, women shoulder the majority of unpaid work, such as cleaning, cooking, and caring. Women spend weekly an average 13 hours more than men in unpaid work, while spending less time in paid work. Annually, women work the equivalent of 8 full-time weeks more while earning less. The situation becomes even worse with an increasing aging population. This is a societal problem reflecting in outdated policies. In many countries, there is no early childcare available because it is the norm that mothers stay at home. In many countries, there is limited elderly care and even a legal obligation for the family to take care of the elderly, and this is women who pay the price. What we need is the member states to invest in care and make it available so that women can have a break, and finally work the same amount as their male counterparts and have the same amount of an income. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję, pani poseł.
Thank you very much. And now on behalf of the Greens, the floor goes to Madame Peter Hansen. 1 minute.
Get a sense of joy and nostalgia being in this room with all of you, thinking of a parliament that definitely was, but maybe still is. But now we'll turn to my speech. For snart så får vi en ny kommission, og selvom ansigterne måske er nye, så er mange af vores udfordringer de samme. Europas
Now, there are perhaps new faces around the table, or there will be, but at the same time, the subject is always the same. The gender gap is always still 12.7%. Women are earning less, and they can't they can't invest in shares. So we're still lacking equal treatment and equal pay. Social measures have been taken, but we need, nonetheless, to deal with the situation. We have to deal with discrimination. Obviously, we can't solve the problem in terms of equal treatment throughout the world, but we have to try to share the advantages, and we're prepared to fight for more equal treatment in the EU.
Thank you. And now on behalf of the left, the floor goes to Madame Galland for 1 minute.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. Do you know that the pay gap means that between the 15th of November and the end of the year, the vast majority of women are working for nothing? This means that for more a month and a half, they're not being paid. 13% less than men for the same work. This means that the patriarchy continues to live on, live and kicking. This leads to excessive power for men, and that whereas women are expected to look after those who need care, women are exhausted, they're discriminated against, they're often exploited for work for which they're paid unfair wages. Women often aren't given the money they need at the end of the month, although they exhaust themselves every day looking after and caring for people. Europe must ensure that we can find a solution to this unfair situation. The first step must be for us to increase the minimum wage, because that reduces the pay gap, as has been demonstrated in Spain. At the same time, it's necessary for us to bring an end to this patriarchal system which recognizes these pay differences as something normal. We, as women, are forced to accept the least secure jobs while at the same time looking after those who need care.
And now, on behalf of the ESN group, the floor goes to Madame Bosdorf for 1 minute and a half.
Ladies and gentlemen, still the statisticians are telling us, or trying to make us believe, that there's a big difference between men and women's pay, the gender pay gap. Regularly, we're told that women are disadvantaged because they earn less than men. But have a look at this wage difference a little bit more closely. On average, women earn 13% less, but in Germany, specifically, it's 6% less. Well, why is that? It's because women more often work part-time than men. Women are less, they're more risk-averse. They tend not to work so well in networks. They put more value on their family life. They are not paid for everything that they do. If you count up the extra time and effort that women put in, we'd probably come to the conclusion that the gender pay gap actually is in the other direction, and that men should have a much bigger salary than they actually receive. Maybe we should turn this all around and count the unpaid hours that women should get for their care work. I promise you, the gender pay gap would be very quickly closed in that case.
Dziękuję bardzo. Głos zabierze pani.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Lídia Pereira on behalf of EPP.
Muito obrigada, Senhora Presidente.
Thank you, President. Well, despite decades of progress in Europe, women, on average, earn 13% less than men. And this gap is 19% in Austria or 18% in Germany. These are shocking figures. In Portugal, a woman earns 12% less than a man. Well, we're better than the average, but we can't be satisfied with that, and women should not be satisfied by it. Paying less to a woman is denying her what is hers by right, recognition of the value of their work. The struggle for wage equality is a struggle for human dignity, for economic independence and social justice. Natalia Correia, a former member of parliament from the PSD and a defender of women's rights, wrote, "A woman has to enchant, but not with small victories or delayed success, but with a brilliance which challenges standards, which shakes people out of indifference and transforms the world. Because when a woman shines, she doesn't only illuminate her own life, she illuminates everyone around us." Thank you very much.
Pani poseł, głos.
Thank you very much, Madame Colemans.
Thank you, President.
Novembre était la journée mondiale de lutte contre les violences faites aux femmes. Avec les violences physiques, sexuelles, sociales et institutionnelles, l'inégalité salariale constitue une autre forme de violence économique et financière, celle-là. Et cette même violence économique est incontestablement liée aux violences physiques et sexuelles. En effet, une femme qui dépend financièrement de son partenaire court plus de risques de subir des violences physiques et sexuelles au sein de son couple. L'inégalité salariale est donc une discrimination et une violence faite aux femmes inacceptable en 2024. Elle est évaluée à seulement 13% de différence de salaire horaire moyen en Europe. Mais ce chiffre cache des réalités très différentes entre États membres, où entre secteurs professionnels et les femmes restent très majoritaires dans les emplois à bas salaire. Sans parler de la différence de revenus annuels, conséquence directe du travail à temps partiel qui concerne essentiellement les femmes et a des conséquences négatives non seulement sur les salaires, mais aussi les droits sociaux comme les pensions et le niveau de carrière. Et tout ça est évidemment la conséquence notamment de l'inégalité dans la répartition des charges au niveau de la maison. Et donc, vraiment, soyons clairs, ces 13% aujourd'hui, ils sont sous-estimés par rapport à la réalité des femmes et la vraie inégalité salariale. Il est temps donc d'agir et de garantir un droit soi-disant acquis depuis le traité de Rome de 1958 et de s'attaquer réellement à cette inégalité et à cette discrimination.
Dziękuję bardzo, pani poseł.
Thank you.
Sprawdzamy teraz.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, there was a problem with the interpretation into English. Therefore, I would like to ask Madame Kulemans to take the floor again. Please, you have the floor. Take the floor again, please.
Thank you, President. Donc, ce 25 novembre.
The 25th of November was the World International Day against violence against women, physical, sexual, social, and institutional. The lack of equal pay is another form of violence. It's an economic and financial type of discrimination or violence, and is linked to sexual or physical violence. A woman who depends on her partner financially runs a higher risk of physical and sexual violence. So the gender pay gap is simply not acceptable. It's another form of violence. The estimate is 13%, this is the average for Europe, for an hourly figure, an hourly salary. But this figure hides differences between the member states and the professional categories. And women are very often the low earners, not to mention yearly income, which is linked also to part-time work, which has also got negative repercussions in terms of pension and career prospects for women. The time has come to take into account the reasons for this inequality and to really fight tooth and nail against this type of violence perpetrated against women.
Thank you. Everything went well, and now the floor goes to Mr. Szekeres for 1 minute.
Okay. Köszönöm a szót, elnök asszony. Első férfi hozzászólaként.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm the first man to speak in this debate. And I must say, there's no doubt about it, the women who've spoken are right. We must guarantee equal opportunity for genders everywhere, including on the employment market. There are severe problems in this area. We've heard many times today that many women are forced to work part-time because they're responsible for work in the home, looking after children and so on. In Hungary, we have a positive example of this. If a woman decides that she wants to stay at home to look after the home and the children, she gets paid for it. This is something which must be extended. It's also very important that we lay particular attention on the needs of women.
Now,
Presidente, Commissaria.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Being a woman should not be a reason to be discriminated against, but still, today, we are far from substantial equality in the relationship between men and women. When it comes to wages, that is stated in the treaties, but women, on average, continue to earn 14% less than men. Today, as we're living with a demographic crisis, we cannot do without women's labour. Women spend a lot of time in the home and with motherhood, but that should not be a discriminating feature. All too often, women have to work alone to look after the house and the child, and they're penalised in career terms, but also in terms of their wages. We have to create rules which are equal for all. Statistics tell us that on average, women have better educational qualifications than men, including in the STEM subjects, and have a longer life expectancy. I hope that the Parliament, together with the other institutions, can offer us concrete solutions to try and fill in this pay gap, which is unfair and unjustified. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Madame Yar for 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, who among us would willingly accept being paid less than another colleague for doing the same work? Of course, no one, yet it is an acceptable notion in Europe. For women across the EU, this is everyday reality. They are paid 13% less than men on average for work of the same value. And even though we are hearing that it is a made-up problem, the numbers speak for themselves. This difference persists even after accounting for feminization of some sectors or for working hours. There is only one explanation. The 13% is the value of discrimination. We try to address it through legislation. Pay Transparency Directive is the right way to go. We need to implement it, but real change will require action from every single one of us. Let's question disparities, let's demand fairness, and to my fellow women, insist on what is rightfully yours, because equality is a fundamental right and it applies to your paycheck as well.
Dziękuję bardzo pani poseł. Głos zabierze pani poseł.
Thank you. The floor goes to Madame Lange-Siepen for 1 minute.
Herzlichen Dank, dass ich das Wort habe.
Thank you, Madam President. We as women are always forced to fight for our rights. Our grandmothers had to do it, as did our mothers. And if you look today on social media, if you look at items which are trending, you often read about tradwives, where you see women presented with all bright colours and explaining exactly what they can do. And then you have influencers explaining how fantastic it is to do housework. Doesn't correspond to reality, however. If we're to talk about the gender pay gap, we also have to talk about unpaid K-work. So we might have childcare facilities where we can take the children, but who does that? Who organises it? At the end of the day, it's women who are subjected with the mental load. And so for me, for example, I have to do that so as to come and to work here as a parliamentarian, but somebody has to pay for that. And hopefully this is something which will be included in state care strategies in the future.
Thank you very much. Petras Grajoulis, for 1 minute now.
I think that the women have to be respected, loved. It's 9 o'clock at night. Here at the European Parliament, women are used at night. How can this be? They have to be at home and rest, not be here. Even in Muslim countries, men respect women, support them, love them. And we employ them. They have to work and work and work at night. It's a good job that we require that they shouldn't get lesser pay. Women shouldn't be working at all, and the European Union should support them. as pensioners. If we respected more women, we should do that. We don't respect them, therefore they are tired, they don't give births. Europe gets older, and very soon Europe will be overrun by Muslims. This shouldn't happen. Women should be loved in Europe.
Thank you very much. Madam Łukacijewska. Madam Chair, Commissioner, I would like to thank the Commissioner for everything that you do for women in order to combat violence against women and the gender pay gap. I would like to say that it is a shame that in the 21st century, women earn over almost 13% less than men. In my country, the situation is better than that, but still it doesn't mean that the problem has been solved. It is very often an expression of a broader structural problem, a limited accessibility of high-pay sectors and jobs to women, and the feminization of the care sector. In managerial posts, the pay gap would amount to almost 23%, which means that women still crash against the glass ceiling, which is still limiting our potential and our possibilities of career. We're talking not only about justice, but also investment in a better future, because research shows that diminishing gender pay gap leads to a better quality of life for the whole society. We cannot wait for decades on end to see change in this area. Women in Europe deserve equal chances today. We need to do our best in order to turn words into actual action, and we need to see results in the near future, not in 10 years from now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Madam Nina Galvez for 1 minute.
Madam President, Commissioner, in women, there are more women with university degrees than men. In some countries, this has been the case for 2 or 3 decades. And within the population, for many years, we've had more women in higher education than men. Despite this, 12.7%, that's the wage difference between men and women. This is simply unnatural. If we talk about the figures on an annual basis, we see that the gap grows even further, as it does throughout life. We see that the difference when it comes to pensions is as much as 40%, which is a major factor with the feminization of poverty. So the European Commission has proposed directives regarding the Gender Gap Act, for example, and this would apply to all companies, not just large companies. And this would focus on those areas where women are undervalued, and it would talk about equal pay for equal work. However, the scope of this would only be limited if we don't look into a fair sharing of non-paid domestic work, because it's always women who seem to do the ironing and the cleaning. We have to ensure that we have a public service of education, health, and also domestic services. We also need a pact when it comes to care. So if we are to tackle the President interrupt.
Thank you. The floor goes to Madam Walsh for 1 minute.
We speak tonight on the urgent need to address the gender pay gap. And time again, discussions about equality seem to echo late at night in an empty chamber, leaving me with a great sense of frustration. 20 colleagues tonight, representing over 51% of our population here in the EU. Last mandate, we delivered binding pay transparency measures through the Directive on Pay Transparency. And gender equality isn't just about pay. It's about securing women's future. Take pensions, for example. Women on average retire with significantly low pensions compared to men, a direct consequence of the pay disparity faced throughout their careers. And let's not forget pink tax. Women pay a higher price for products simply because they are marketed for us as female, from toiletries to clothing to services like dry cleaning. Thousands of euros hidden in tax hacks that hits the wallets of women across the EU, further widening the financial gap. We desperately must build on the directive for the thousands of women who are currently setting up their businesses and can't access capital, or many who are experiencing physical, mental and financial abuse in partnerships but stay to protect their families. Every person deserves choice and security, regardless of their gender. Thanks.
Dziękuję bardzo, pani.
Thank you very much. The floor goes to Mr. Angel for 1 minute.
Commissioner Dalli, a 13% gender pay gap in our union is a scandal and is a slap in the face of our core values. And while I welcome EU legislation, and in particular the Pay Transparency Directive, we must face the facts. These initiatives will only be successful if there is real political will for change. And I can hear those in this House who will claim that the administrative burden of this legislation is too high, and that's not true. And it's the EU and not we are responsible for that. It's the exact opposite. It's up to our member states, up to our companies to guarantee gender equality and to ensure the principle of equal pay for equal work. If they had respected our treaties and the Commission recommendations, Europe would not have had to legislate. We all have a responsibility in transforming patriarchy into a union of equality. And to those who want to portray this fight as an invention of what they call gender ideologists, equal pay is enshrined in our treaties since 1957. Therefore, they must stop blaming the progressive. They should stop making women and workers feel guilty and rather look at their own inability or unwillingness to guarantee equality. Enough is enough. Let's together put an end to the gender pay gap. And thank you very much, Commissioner Dalli, for all the work you have done. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much. And now the floor goes to Mr. Zoltán Tár for 1 minute.
Köszönöm szépen a szót és a lehetőséget.
Thank you, President. In Hungary, women continue to earn 17% less than men for the same job. And there are some sectors on the labour market where there is a 20% difference compared to men. Here I'm thinking of the health sector and education. The problem is that some countries do not guarantee adequate representation of women. Some say that women shouldn't be given roles in management or in leadership. And I see in this House here that there are far more women than men, women who are occupying a position of responsibility. Women can be very often the victims of management, and we've had a number of scandals in our country. So women aren't really recognized for the work which they do.
Regner, 1 minuta.
Herzlichen Dank, Frau Präsidentin, sehr geehrte.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. Well, of course, we have the instruments to ensure that we can combat the gender pay gap. Of course, we have these tools. One of those is one that we recently decided upon. And I'd like to thank everyone who's worked so hard on putting that together. Now it's time to implement what's on the table. Let's do it properly so that people can feel that we can close the gender pay gap. In my hometown, Vienna, there's an equal pay day. It's terrible that we still have to have it in this century. Now we need to carefully implement this legislation so that we can improve the relationship between the genders. We need the same pay for the same work. If we deal with the issue of care work and unpaid work, if we make this a European subject, then we can do something about it. The new EU wage transparency law should put these phenomena into the history books, and we need to do the same with all of the other topics we've touched upon.
Thank you very much. And now the floor goes to Madam Nina Carberry for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. The gender pay gap is a pressing issue right across Europe. Women earn, on average, 13% less per hour than men, and this inequality has lifelong consequences. Women's economic empowerment demands urgent action. It's our role as lawmakers to foster policies that empower women, especially young women, to become leaders of tomorrow. Advancing women into leadership roles, enforcing pay transparency, and fostering workplace cultures that prioritise inclusion are the key to this. And while this Parliament has taken close steps to close the gender pay gap, we must continue to expand programmes that promote female entrepreneurship, skills development and STEM participation. We can and we must do more to empower women in all walks, in all stages of life. There is so much more to be achieved if we put our political weight behind the fight against inequality and discrimination.
Bardzo dziękuję. Pani poseł, głos zabierze.
Thank you very much. Now the floor goes to Maria Guzanina,
Obecna.
who is not in the chamber. So let us now proceed to the Catch the Eye procedure. I've received 4 requests for the floor, and I will grant the floor to all of you. Madam Elena Sancho Moria will speak first.
Here. Gracias. Todavía hoy.
Thank you. There is still a gender pay gap between men and women. Lots of political parties deny this, but in the face of what they say, we can provide data. In 2024, women in the European Union earn 13% less than men who are doing the same job with the same working hours. This means that between the 15th of November and the end of this year, women in Europe will stop being paid. This happens every year of their lives. In Europe, we have to continue to try to reduce the gender pay gap, but we have to go further. We have to make progress when it comes to genuine measures providing women with opportunities, whatever type of job they do. And the directive on pay transparency is essential. This is the only way to guarantee equal pay equality, where every person, regardless of what their gender is, can prosper in a European Union characterized by fairness and equal pay.
Thank you so much. Now, Mr. Sebastian Fenkinen.
Arvoisa puhemies.
President, we are now talking about the gender pay gap, but if we take a look at this very honestly, we can see that pay gap between the genders does not exist in the form that you want us to understand here. If we take a look at this superficially, yes, we can find some differences between the income of women and men, but show me a work contract where the salary is defined by your gender. It does not exist here in Europe. So the difference in pay does not relate to the gender. It has to do with the choices. Men and women want to work in different fields. This is quite natural. But in today's woke atmosphere, saying this aloud is a bad thing. What should we do then? Should we have gender quotas in all professions? I am in favor of the freedom of choice for men, women and enterprises.
Bardzo dziękuję. Głos zabierze pan poseł João Oliveira.
Thank you so much. Now, Mr. João Oliveira.
Senhora Presidente, as mulheres ganham em média.
President, if we look at the disparity between income of women and men, this is a demonstration of a deeper inequality in society, and proclaiming wonderful equality policy or putting forward superficial claims is of no use unless you actually change the discriminatory practices that lead to different pay for the same work. The right to work and work with rights, with decent pay, combating effective discrimination against women in the workplace and in companies. We need to have effective and further-reaching policy and action in the workplace. Equal pay for equal work across the board, with national authorities imposing penalties if these rights in the workplace and the right to collective agreements are not respected. This is the way to deal with the pay gap, which penalises women.
Thank you so much. And now, Ms. Anaidia.
Thank you. La igualdad plena sigue siendo un reto democrático de primer orden.
Proper equality is still a huge challenge because we haven't delivered it for half of the population. The wage gap is outrageous and it undermines the principle and value of collective bargaining. Therefore, we need to respect the principle of equality throughout the labour market and during collective bargaining, including in all these areas where men outnumber women. Even in this parliament, there are people who deny the wage gap, which we know exists, and this is why we have got to take action as quickly as we can. We need to make everybody in society aware of the need for this. The directive on wage transparency has been in force for over a year, not least thanks to the input from my group, and that was a big step forward. But now is the time to turn to the member states and ask them to step up and to make good on the promises that they gave and implement this in every member state.
Thank you so much. And now on behalf of the European Commission, Commissioner Dalli, the floor is yours.
But also as a global leader in tackling multiple challenges, such as keeping the EU's economy robust, resilient, and sustainable, where all talents and skills will be needed and will need to be valued. Women's contribution and value is, of course, no less. While we are making progress on the gender pay gap, we are still far from reaching a zero gap. During this mandate, we took many measures, from the adoption of the directives on women on boards and pay transparency to the care strategy and combating stereotypes. Enforcement of the principle of equal pay is long overdue, over 60 years since it was included in the treaty. We expect all the actions taken to bring about change, especially the new directive on pay transparency, which should contribute to fair pay. It is a key step towards a union of equality. I count on all of you here, and of course those who are not here, for your continued support and determination to combat this gender pay gap. Your commitment to gender equality is invaluable in the development of EU policies. I am sure that my successor will be able to count on your support in the implementation and the raising of awareness about the new rules in the member states. Workers must know about their rights and employers must understand their obligations. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So, colleagues, debate on this point in agenda is closed.
Next item on the agenda is Commission Statement, Political and Humanitarian Situation in Mozambique.
To ask a Commissioner to take the floor. Commissioner Dalli, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Now, from the gender pay gap we go to Mozambique. Following the elections of the 9th of October, the situation in Mozambique remains highly volatile and marked by violence and disorder. Before going deeper into the subject, let me salute the work and the efforts of Honourable Member Ballarin as Chief Observer of the EU Electoral Observation Mission, of Honorable Lopez Istrui White and of all the members that were part of the European Parliament's delegation in the mission Mozambique. Your efforts and pertinent observations have been instrumental for us to follow the situation and give us a deeper understanding of the facts. So, allow me to give a few indications about our general partnership with Mozambique, which is a very positive and far-reaching one, with considerable support when it comes to development, humanitarian aid, peace building, as well as security to tackle the Cabo Delgado insurgency. The EU has contributed to providing security in the north of the country through the EU military assistance mission on the ground and the European Peace Facility. The support is essential to fight the insurgency and the risks of spillover effects in the region, and ultimately to create possibilities for the return to a normal life for the local people. Thanks to our cooperation with Mozambique, we have established close relations with the Mozambican government. The EU has become a valued partner which can speak frankly and openly, and this is why, among trusted partners, we cannot remain silent in the current situation. Since the election of the 9th of October, we are witnessing a worrying spread of violence, looting, vandalism, and desperation. The brutality of the repression from the state apparatus and the police has exacerbated the situation. We deplore the considerable number of fatalities over the past weeks, and we also condemn the assassination of 2 opposition politicians on the 19th of October, and we demand clarity on the facts and a full investigation. In our public communication and numerous statements, the EU's messaging has been very clear. It is imperative for all sides to maintain restraint and orderly conduct. While it is important that everybody's voice is heard, harsh rhetoric and the disproportionate use of force and violence from all sides should be avoided at all costs. I stress that the EU and the Electoral Observation Mission are not taking any sides and only act on the basis of principles as an important partner and friend of Mozambique, solely in the interest of the Mozambican people. Their will has to be fully respected. It is important to reiterate this, as the electoral process is far from finished, as you know, and we look forward to the final announcement of election results by the Constitutional Council. Until the final result, the EU will remain vigilant that the people's will is upheld and that human rights are respected. In the medium term, we will strive for a conducive environment for democratic reform and addressing electoral observation missions' recommendations. We will work with Mozambique in the most constructive way and in full respect of the EU's interests and values. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the Commissioner, and now give floor to the Speaker for the EPP, and that's Helder Sousa Silva.
Dear President, Commissioner, colleagues, as a member of the European Parliament's election observation mission to Mozambique's general elections, I did see on the spot how determined and joyful the people of Mozambique were with this opportunity to exercise their democratic right to vote. Nonetheless, I'm now following the post-election events with great concern. Tensions, clashes, hundreds of injuries, dozens of deaths, and still no validation of the final results. Violence is a negation of democratic principles and values. It is crucial that all parties involved respect rule of law. I also welcome the willingness of the community of Portuguese-speaking countries to facilitate dialogue between the parties. History shows us that peace is possible in Mozambique, even in challenging circumstances such as those we see now. I conclude with the wish that Mozambique should rediscover the path of peace and democracy that its people yearn for and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now for Socialists and Democrats, I give floor to Francisco Assis.
Senhora Comissária.
President, Commissioner, I'd like to start with warm words for the people of Mozambique. They've lived through poverty and violence, virtually nothing else. The violence of colonialism, the violence of Islamic extremism, the violence of the multinational privatized security forces, police violence, repressing demonstrations and even killing people and opposition politicians in the streets, famine, starvation, no prosperity on the horizon, despite their abundant natural resources. You don't really see Mozambique on the world stage. You don't really hear much about Mozambique. We need an international response to Islamic terrorism. They've been facing it for 8 years now. We need independent investigations into all of the violence, including the assassinations of opposition politicians, and we need to see who is involved directly and indirectly to ensure that there is electoral justice, that people's votes can be counted, people's voices can be heard, the voices of those wonderful people, the Mozambicans.
Thank you very much. Now for the group of Patriots for Europe, I give floor to Georgi Holbany.
Thank you, dear President, dear colleagues. As a member of the European Parliament's election observation delegation, I had the opportunity to see elections in Mozambique were forward-looking, with the new generation entering the power. However, the discrepancies in voting registration tabulation have led to severe demonstrations with really tragic consequences. The current developments are the result of the lack of security, weak institutions and mistrust. This happens when the country contains only traces of statehood. In a country where near half a century the same party is ruling, this certainly causes strengthening the democratic transition. The newly elected political leadership has a responsibility to restore the trust, security and strengthen the institutions. Mozambique has a huge potential for development with the third largest natural gas resource in Africa. However, without security, the people of the country will never benefit from it. The political instability favors only extremists, as we see in Cabo Delgado. Here, the Islamist extremists attacked only in February 27 villages in February. The EU can and must be a partner of finding the solution, but cannot lead instead the Mozambicans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, representing the ECR group, I give floor to Sebastian Tinkinen.
Elections were filled with electoral fraud, including ballot tampering, voter suppression, and restricting press freedom, all conducted by the ruling party. After the elections, violence has escalated to a point where members of the opposition parties have been murdered. This is the reality of politics in Mozambique. Meanwhile, the country faces another challenge in the north, where a jihadist insurgent group with links to ISIS is killing and displacing people from their homes. This situation in Mozambique highlights to us what we should fight against globally. We must fight against terrorist organizations like ISIS and Hamas. Where these kind of organizations have footsteps, we are not going to see flourishing societies. Besides this, we must preserve democracy by standing against anti-democratic countries like China, Russia and Iran, which are promoting their ideologies globally. If their systems win, the world loses. Any amount of development aid is not going to help at that point. We would just witness countries ending up like Mozambique, to countries in chaos. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, for Renew Eurogroup, I will give floor to Ana Vasconcelos.
You didn't expect it would be so quickly. Previous speaker, so.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, dear colleagues. Over the last 7 weeks, what we've seen in Mozambique is the most violent period in its recent history. The legitimacy of the 9th of October elections Those elections have been questioned. The people of Mozambique have been subject to huge violent repression of their rights. That is unacceptable and requires a firm response from the international community. It's not enough to talk about defending rule of law. We need an independent investigation of human rights abuses and alleged electoral irregularities. We cannot turn our backs on the assassinations and street murders that carried out by police and political resistance forces. We're seeing the most fundamental democratic rights of Mozambicans being violated. The right to vote, the right to protest. They're being repressed. The EU needs to use EU funds for peace in Mozambique, and if there are any suspicions that these funds are ending up in the hands of those who are engaged in violent repression, we lose credibility, and only China and Russia can gain from that. Destabilization of the region is in the interest of the enemies of democracy.
Colleagues, thank you very much. Next speaker for the Green Group, Marie Tuasan. Sorry.
Colleagues, since the elections on the 9th of October, Mozambique has been witnessing a wave of oppression. It's another unprecedented wave of violence which has taken a severe toll on the country, and it concerns us too. Hundreds of people were locked in containers, starved of water and food, beaten, asphyxiated and tortured. Women were subject to repeated sexual abuse and violence. Babies were dismembered. Thousands of families were forcibly displaced. The Mozambicans actually perpetrated this horrendous violence under the auspices of Total Energy, a huge multinational oil company. Total was not unaware of this, but it simply turned a blind eye. So now we are called on to stand up and recognize what we must do. We can't condone this. We need to take action. We can't possibly witness such social, environmental destruction, the destruction of human life. We need to ensure that this country becomes fully independent and democratic and is able to condemn those who are guilty of such atrocities.
Thank you very much. And now, representing the left, will be speaking Catarina Martins.
Obrigada, Sr. Presidente. As eleições...
Thank you very much. The elections in Mozambique of the 9th of October were not free, fair and transparent. The Electoral Observation Mission from the EU noted irregularities during the campaign and with the integrity of results. It was actually the announcement of the results, which were lacking credibility, that gave rise to protests and then an unjustified, unacceptable repression with 77 dead, including 10 children, hundreds injured, and that included children. Today's meeting, intended to find a way out of the crisis held by the President, unfortunately has not done so. Transparency in elections and no violent repression is the way forward. That is what self-determination and autonomy for Mozambique will require. That is what the EU should stress, and the humanitarian situation, including famine, so that we can truly support the people of Mozambique.
Antonio Lopez.
Thank you. And now Lopez Isturiz White, next speaker. 1 minute, please.
Last month, I led the European Parliament Electoral Observation Mission to Mozambique. I would like to thank my colleagues that participated in that delegation, and also the chief of the European Mission, Mrs. Laura Ballarin, my colleague, for a very good collaboration that we had there. We were welcomed by kind people, hopeful to overcome a very challenging social and security context. The Europeans, we have responsibility in Mozambique. Unfortunately, today, we still do not have the official results of the elections. The irregularities observed during the electoral process and the lack of transparency from the electoral administration, which is putting into question the integrity of the results, is fueling social unrest, violence, and has already caused dozens of deaths. We must keep urging all parties to exercise restraint. Moreover, the Constitutional Court must fulfill its mandate with responsibility, so the voice of the people will be respected. We have to do this, and it's our responsibility to support the Mozambican people, and especially the young generations that also are speaking in these elections, and they voted for that, in their aspirations for democracy, safety and prosperity. Thank you.
Paldies. Vārds Laura Ballerina.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mrs. Laura Ballerina Xereza.
Chefe da Missão de Observação Eleitoral para Moçambique, considero fundamental.
As the head of the election observation mission to Mozambique, I feel that it is absolutely vital that the will of the people should be reflected and respected. There were irregularities observed by our mission which had turned into the catalyst for violence, which the country has been suffering from over the last few weeks, a tragic result with at least 50 dead. Unfortunately, the announcement of preliminary results by the National Electoral Commission has not allayed our concerns. If we want integrity and transparency in an electoral process, if we want the Mozambican people to be able to believe in their institutions once again, we need the Constitutional Council to examine all the appeals which have been made. We also call on the National Electoral Commission to publish disaggregated results by polling station. The right to peaceful demonstration must be respected in the country. The use of excessive force must be avoided, and all parties must avoid inflammatory language. We also call on the authorities to investigate and call to justice those responsible for the Dias and Guape assassinations.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Tiago Moreira de Sá for 1 minute, please.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Thank you, President. Mozambique is a sovereign state whose independence deserves the utmost respect and support from Portugal and the European Union. The country is today facing the harsh reality of a persistent humanitarian and security crisis. Since 2017, terrorism in Cabo Delgado has caused more than 4,000 deaths and forced more than 1 million people from their homes. Despite recent improvements, many Mozambicans face hunger and lack of access to basic care, exacerbated by cuts to humanitarian aid, such as those announced by the World Food Programme. The capital, Maputo, is also suffering from a wave of political unrest which has been compounded by targeted crime, including the kidnapping of business people, many of them Portuguese nationals. The situation underscores the urgent need to support Mozambique with more humanitarian aid and with delegated cooperation programmes funded by the EU. Development and security go hand in hand. Let's remember that Mozambique is more than a place of hardship. It is a country of resilience and hope. As Mio Couto wrote, I want to live in a city where people dream of rain, in a world where rain is the greatest happiness, and where we are all rain. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Ana Miguel Pedro for 1 minute, please.
Obrigada, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, President. Mozambique and Portugal do not only share a language, but a long history, and that means we have a responsibility for solidarity. The political crisis is just one more piece in a terrible jigsaw puzzle. We've seen thousands of Mozambicans facing a humanitarian crisis as a consequence of a combination of natural disasters, floods, also terrorist attacks and other ways in which security has been undermined across their territory. Since 2017, Islamic State terrorist attacks, over 500,000 people displaced, half of those are children. We know that while the peace funds originally intended for the region have had to be rechanneled to Ukraine. We understand that that is urgent, but we're giving Ukraine weapons to engage in a justified battle. We should show the same determination to help Mozambique fight terrorism, which is destroying entire communities. It's a country of struggle and resilience, but they need allies to be even stronger. They're turning to us, and we should show the solidarity of a sibling.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marit Mai for 1 minute, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair, Commission.
Despite Mozambique's abundant natural resources, 73% of the population lives in poverty. 670,000 people are displaced by armed conflict. Young Mozambicans calling for change are met with violence and human rights violations. 40 people have died in the post-election violence. Internet restrictions, including blockage of social media platforms, constitute to violations of freedom of speech and access to information and affect young people disproportionately in their livelihoods. We need to stand with the young Mozambicans, fighting for common values of democracy and prosperity, including the right to protest and to peacefully assembly. Therefore, I ask the Commission, can you commit to investing in programs with a main priority to advance the position of citizens? Will you sanction those committing human rights violations under the global human rights sanction regime? And will you refrain from supporting investments in Cabo Delgado which violate the social and economic rights of the Mozambican population? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Rodi Tolassi for 1 minute, please.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues.
President, colleagues, Cabo Delgado in Mozambique has suffered tens of thousands of internally displaced persons. Children are deprived of their future, and the European Union simply says 14,000 euros for military support and equipment will do. Since 2021, millions of euros have been invested or sent in any event, and the situation has only deteriorated further. The policy of the European Union is completely incoherent. Actions do not match words. This is an insult to the people, and it is a waste of resources. How much longer is the Union going to carry on pouring money into military purposes, which are part of the cause of this crisis, rather than trying to address the issues and find a solution? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the next speaker is Ms. Lydia Pereira for 1 minute, please.
Os moçambicanos sabem decidir o...
Mozambicans can decide on their own fate. They put their faith in dialogue. They can engage in transformation. They've been through such difficult years, traumatic years of civil war. They found peace. I'm sure they'll get through this delicate period too. In the EU, we should be making a contribution promoting dialogue between all political forces. It's only through constructive, open dialogue that you can find sustainable solutions to include all in society, guarantees for democracy, and ensuring that the people of Mozambique can take decisions about their own development. The elections of the 9th of October constitute an essential framework. The most important thing, though, is that there should be transparency and justice with publication of disaggregated results, as the EU has called for. We need to play an active role in contributing to dialogue leading to a peaceful climate, which is what they need for development and prosperity in Mozambique. Mozambicans have the strength and determination to shape their own future. They have a spirit of union and they are resilient.
We have a catch-eye procedure. I have only one speaker on my list, and Mr. João Oliveira, you have the floor.
Senhor Presidente, os factos
President, the facts indicate that the general elections in Mozambique generally took place in a peaceful fashion. The results announced by the National Electoral Commission are subject to validation by the Constitutional Council. Despite this, one of the failed candidates self-proclaimed himself victor and rejected calls for dialogue, and it continued to question the results, which led to unrest and violence, with hundreds of injured, dozens of dead, looting and threats against ordinary citizens. We should condemn unjustified acts of violence and those carried out by the forces of the authorities of the country and by citizens, and we should call for dialogue to strengthen the democratic institutions of Mozambique. We should show solidarity with the people of Mozambique for their sovereignty and their own right to decide on their own future without outside interference.
Thank you. Well, we have we are closing KHI procedure, and I would like to ask again to Commissioner Dalli to take the floor for the Commission.
Thank you, President, and thank you, honourable members, for this very rich conversation tonight. This debate exemplifies the complexity of the current situation in Mozambique. We will have to wait for the final proceedings of the Constitutional Council and to have a new administration in place in order to be able to assess how to shape the future of our relations. Our long-standing and fruitful relation with Mozambique allows the EU to have a credible voice. We can say to our Mozambican friends very clearly that the EU demands reform, answers to the desire of change by youth, upholding democratic values and human rights, and maintaining the element of trust and good cooperation, which is so important for the EU-Mozambique relationship. Our intention is to continue supporting Mozambique and its people. We want to remain good friends and strong partners. We will continue engaging with Mozambique for the good of the Mozambican people and to strengthen democratic institutions and civil liberties. The EU's intention is also to continue the integrated approach for Cabo Delgado with development, humanitarian aid, peace building and security measures, and focus on the well-being of the people. Any kind of recalibrations in our relationship, of course, will have to be assessed in light of the current and future events, and it is way too early to say this now, as I think you can all well understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Debate is closed on this point in agenda.
Dear colleagues, the next sitting is tomorrow, Wednesday, 27th of November 2024, at 9 o'clock in the morning. The agenda has been published and is available on the European Parliament website. The minutes of this meeting will be submitted to Parliament for its approval tomorrow after the votes. And today's sitting is therefore closed. Good night.
Guten Morgen, liebe.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The sitting is open. I have an announcement. The ENVI has a report pursuant to Rule 251. This report will be deemed approved unless there is an objection from a group within 24 hours or the low level of objection. This correction is available on the website and the title will be published in the minutes. That brings us on to the first item of our agenda, which is Council and Commission statements reinforcing the EU's unwavering support to Ukraine against Russia's war of aggression and the increasing military cooperation between North Korea and Russia. The first to get the floor on behalf of the Council is Minister Bocca.
Last week, on Tuesday, the 19th of November, we marked 1,000 days since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Enormous suffering and widespread destruction are the result of this war of aggression. We see Russia continuously targeting, notably the energy infrastructure of Ukraine, including attacks on the substations linking the nuclear power plant to the electricity grid. The European Council condemns the persistent shelling by Russia of Ukraine's critical energy and civilian infrastructure. The European Union and its member states will intensify the assistance to Ukraine to ensure the resilience of its energy sector through the winter. We also see Russia continuing escalating its war, most recently with the deployment of North Korean troops to Russia. This is in addition to the military support that North Korea already provides to Russia through artillery shells, missiles and artillery. This represents an internationalization of the conflict. It is also a clear violation of international law and UN Security Council resolutions. The European Union and its member states will continue to help Ukraine and its people as Ukraine exercises its inherent right to self-defense. We help the Ukrainian state to maintain liquidity and thus function in the context of continuing Russian bombardments and hybrid attacks. We help Ukraine to maintain its exports through the solidarity lanes and to quickly repair its energy infrastructure. And our help extends to the Ukrainian people, both those remaining in the country and those who chose to seek temporary protection in the European Union. And finally, the European Union reaffirms our readiness to support Ukrainian people on their European path. Let me stress that the work of Member States and the European Union go hand in hand on all aspects of our support to Ukraine. Since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine on the 24th of February 2022, the European Union has imposed massive and unprecedented sanctions against Russia. The European Union has also adopted sanctions against Belarus, Iran and North Korea in response to their support to Russia's military aggression against Ukraine. Work on sanctions continues and also work on further solutions to avoid circumvention. Our efforts to sustain Ukraine will continue. Ukraine will remain at the top of our political agenda and our diplomatic action. Thank you very much for your attention.
Herzlichen Dank, Herr Minister.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now for the Commission, Commissioner Reinders.
Thank you, Madam President, Minister, honourable members. It is imperative that we, as European Union, together with Member States, continue to use all the tools at our disposal to assist Ukraine, its military defence, its economy, its citizens, and support it on its EU accession path, in line with the EU-Ukraine Joint Security Commitment signed in June. All aspects of our support are linked and interconnected. Security and defence goes hand in hand with support to accession-related reforms and with the support to recovery and reconstruction. And EU's accession is the ultimate guarantee that the European Union can offer. As shown by the Ukraine report under this year's enlargement package, Ukraine has continued to demonstrate remarkable resilience and strong commitment to fundamental reforms, despite the ongoing Russian war of aggression. The overall assistance to Ukraine and its people by the European Union and its member states amounts to about €124 billion. The Ukraine facility is delivering, with the total financing expected to be more than €16 billion by the end of the year, to support Ukraine's most pressing financing needs. Its second pillar, the Ukraine Investment Framework, will support investments in critical reconstruction projects. Around €45.5 billion have been mobilised in military support, of which €6.1 billion via the European Peace Facility. This helps providing a wide variety of arms necessary for Ukraine to repel the Russian aggression. The European Union is committed and delivered 1 million ammunition shells. At the same time, we ramped up the production capacity of our own industry. This improved production capacity will not only help long-term assistance to Ukraine, but also replenish our own stocks. By helping Ukraine, we are also building up our own security. Ukraine is now able to operate F-16 fighter jets thanks to the Netherlands, Denmark and others. Additionally, we have mobilised €1.5 billion in windfall profits from frozen Russian assets. 90% of this first tranche will be channeled through the European Peace Facility to deliver priority equipment, including artillery ammunition and air defence, and for the first time, direct procurement from the Ukrainian defence industry. For the next tranche of expected €1.9 billion, we propose to allocate €1 billion to the Ukrainian industry. Our EU military assistance mission to Ukraine will hit the target of 75,000 Ukrainian soldiers trained by the end of the winter. However, we know that the current level of assistance remains insufficient to tilt the situation on the battlefield in Ukraine's favour. We know that Russia has put its entire economy on a wartime footing and counts on the military backing of North Korea and Iran, as well as the substantial support provided by China. We need to step up our assistance. Ukraine urgently needs more air defence, more ammunition and more long-range weapons. Our support to Ukraine must be scaled up. The European Union will continue to coordinate with its member states to increase our military support and to adapt our aid to Ukraine's needs. The European Union will also continue to work with member states to provide all the necessary political, military, financial assistance that Ukraine needs to win. It's very important to continue such a kind of support during the war now, but we need also, I will say, to continue to work on the fight against impunity, to be sure that it's possible to bring the responsible people for such a war of aggression to justice. And we need to continue to work to be sure that Russia will pay for the compensation of the damages caused by the Russian aggression against Ukraine. So be sure that we want to continue our full support during the war, but we want also to continue our action about the accountability of the Russian authorities for all the crimes committed in Ukraine. Thank you very much for your support and your attention.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We move on to the speakers. And for the EPP Group, Mr. Gahler.
Thank you very much, President, colleagues. Once again, we need to deal with a brutal war of aggression, Russia against the Ukraine. Over 1,000 days this war has been going on. It might look like Putin can't take this any further because there's a lot of war crimes already against civilian facilities, but terrible videos online of the murder of Ukrainian political prisoners. There's hybrid war afoot. Chinese ship in the Baltic Sea was sunk, attacked the cables between Sweden and Lithuania. That has been ascertained that that's what's happened. We need to look into this further, but that's an area where we've fallen foul to this terrible war. In terms of taking the escalation further, we've seen 12,000 Korean soldiers invoked as cannon fodder. And this shows that Russia is weak. They need soldiers, they need munitions from East Asia in order to carry out their war of aggression. We need to be clear about relations with the future US administration, and it's good to see that Storm Shadow's attacks have been backed by Western countries. I'm sure that the CDU, FDP and the Greens, their announcement of feeding into a new coalition will be good, but in this backdrop, the war of aggression is terrible.
Spricht jetzt der Kollege.
For the S&D Group, Mr. Ruijten.
Vielen Dank. Ich glaube, wir haben es jetzt alle Ihre.
Thank you very much. We've heard your message. Mr. Ruijten has the floor.
President, Council, Commission. Some are apparently under the impression that Russia's war of aggression will end soon, and they act accordingly, going to completely irresponsible waiting mode. Wrong, and a gift for Putin. Nothing's changed really since the US elections in terms of what we have to do for Ukraine and for ourselves. Nevertheless, we see a completely absent sense of urgency in most capitals. And I also note here a striking difference between the Commission and the Council. Not surprising, because the government that you represent blocks crucial funding at this moment for Ukraine. What has changed is that North Korea sent soldiers and weapons to the front, and that Yemenis are being brought to Russia under false pretext. And as is often the case, the prospect of negotiations is intensifying the battle. Russian gains and countless deliberate criminal attacks on cities and civilian infrastructure. Why are we letting this happen? Apart from the Baltic countries and 2 or 3 others, nothing extra is happening at this critical moment. Some of our member states, and you all know which ones, only did a fraction of what others did. Some still have modern air defense and manpads needed in Ukraine. What are they thinking? Smartly saving some money? I don't want to find out what price Ukraine and Europe will pay for this inaction. We must ensure Ukraine has what it needs to defend itself, and using it without restrictions. Do more instead of less, and give Ukraine the strongest possible position on the battlefield and at any table, and deliver more aid in view of the winter that is coming. Europe must step up and ensure crucial conditions. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. Peace must be fair, just and lasting, based on Ukraine's peace formula and international law. And we need solid security guarantees for Ukraine first, with NATO membership on the table. Thank you.
Dankeschön für die PF.
Thank you very much for the PFE Group. Mr. Garot has the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam President. The world is going through a period of extreme tension. The Russia-Ukraine conflict recalls the urgency of focusing on one objective, peace. We need to use all of our energy to achieve that. We have a president in the United States who's coming to the end of his mandate, and he is pushing the West towards escalation by allowing long-range missiles to be shot into Russian territory. And this is far from any peaceful solution. And he is preparing his people for a terrifying prospect of the conflict turning nuclear. And this affects the world, the immediate future of the whole planet. But the European Union cannot be heard and is dependent on US decisions. Like France, the foreign minister of France has said we should not set any red line in supporting Ukraine. We should not rule out French missiles being shot onto Russian territory or using Western troops on Russian soil. This is a serious error. We cannot follow a strategy which focuses on this war and which leads us to destruction. With these increasing problems, we only have one priority, and that is peace, a negotiated and firm peace which respects the sovereignty of nations. And we need to focus on the interests of people over everything else. Peace means that we must be heroic in our approach, and it needs a more heroic approach than in war. It means being loyal to the truth, and it means being fully aware. And this is Thomas Merton's proposal, and this proposal should be followed. We have seen so many lives lost already in this war. Those who refuse escalation want to see a long-lasting peace. Thank you.
Danke. Nächster Redner ist für die
Thank you very much. For the ECR group, Mr. Coles.
Dear colleagues, in light of recent phone calls by the Western leaders to the Kremlin, let me be clear. Any hesitation, any delay in supporting Ukraine is not diplomacy. It is Chamberlain's appeasement. The ghost of Chamberlain haunts Europe today, convincing some that the concessions to the aggressor will bring peace. Are we so naive, so timid, that we would abandon Ukraine and its people to jackals? Yet, as the Ukrainian anthem declares, the glory and will of Ukraine have not yet perished. A coalition of the willing must rise above complacency, delivering every weapon Ukraine needs, every sanction against its enemies, and every frozen Russian asset has to be reposed to rebuild Russia, what Russia has destroyed. This House must ensure that accession process with Ukraine begins not as soon as possible, but immediately. History will not forgive appeasement, nor will it forget those who stand firm. Let us prove we are equal to the challenge. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Für die
Thank you very much. For the Renew Group, Mr. Austervicius.
Madam Chair, Mr. Commissioner, dear colleagues, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, which has been going for more than 1,000 days, confirms Russia's turn to the path of increasingly open military confrontation with the West and its partners. Russia is expanding the circle of allies of the axis of evil, and in addition to the support it has received from Belarus, Iran, China, and North Korea, has begun to make full use of North Korean military units. Notably, involvement of North Korean troops in aggression against Ukraine preceded increased tensions in Korean Peninsula. At this critical juncture, we must, first, continue to mobilize financial and military support for Ukraine without any restrictions on the use of arms. The fate of global future security in Europe in particular and in the West in general, it is now being decided in Ukraine. Secondly, strengthen the global sanctions regime against Russia and its allies, including those who vigorously help invade sanctions. Violators must pay a high price now. Thirdly, we must provide Ukraine with security guarantees from the Western security organizations, thereby ensuring Ukraine's future membership of NATO. Security must be guaranteed. It is not given by chance. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Für die
Thank you very much. For the Green Group, Mr. Søvndal.
Dear Sworn, I'll speak in Danish. For 20 år siden stod jeg på en lignende
20 years ago, I was at different rostrum to see that you can't tell the truth too often, because it's still true, and it doesn't make it more right just to repeat it. What we see in Ukraine are war crimes with no respect for human life. Part of the Ukrainian people have absolutely no rights in those areas occupied by Russian troops. What we witness in Ukraine is no less than a modern massacre. We need to be clear. Our union is a peace project, most of all. We want to protect against new wars on the European continent. But if you listen to Russian media, you get a quite different impression. The attack on Ukraine is described as protection against terrorism and denazification. That isn't just a white lie, it's a big lie. So we need to be on the side of truth. We need to tell the truth about our European values and the duty we have to stand for the international human rights and international law. We've taken a new turn in this war when Putin uses North Korean troops. He has crossed a red line he introduced when he first attacked 3 years ago. We need to decide as Europeans who we are and what way we want to go forward. On the side of truth, we need to stand with Ukraine as long as it takes. Because, as Kallas said during her hearing, Russia must lose its last imperialistic war, and it's our responsibility to ensure that they do. We have an aggression war on our continent, but I'm sure we can save them. Slava Ukraina, and long live Europe.
Thank you very much. For the GUI Group, Ms. Demirel.
Dankeschön.
Thank you very much, President. This war has reached a global scale. There are calls from Russia, from NATO. I have to say, seriously, this war has taken a global dimension. How can you explain that right from the start, NATO countries dragged out this war by delivering munitions? How do you explain that before the start of the war, Russia and the US were standing side by side, not with Ukraine? Colleagues, the global scale of this war has been present right from the start. The issue is whether we will push our way officially into a third world war. We need to be careful here. It's a very serious issue. What we need to do now is not escalate. What we need to do now is de-escalate. You've said that we need to stand alongside Ukraine. Yes, I stand in full solidarity with the people of Ukraine. But are you really? I'm asking you because according to surveys of people in Ukraine, they say the war needs to end now. We need to negotiate now. And that's why I'm asking you, because the men of Ukraine say that we don't want to fight in this war anymore. And no one is standing forward for this. Young men are being recruited from bars and from companies, sometimes with press gangs. Colleagues, is this true solidarity with the people of Ukraine? I doubt this. I have done from the start. Colleagues, if the Putin administration and the NATO, and the administration of NATO, can't deal with this safely, then it's quite clear that over the next year there will be negotiations to stop this. And Zelensky is saying, why are you calling for more munitions? Why are you sending people onto battlefields? That's not in the favour of people from Ukraine. This is a struggle of power between big, powerful countries. And this is to do with a new order of the world and reapportioning things. And that falls on the backs of people with your cries for war.
Nächster Redner ist für die ESN-Fraktion.
Thank you very much. Now for the ESN Group, Mr. Bystrom.
Weitere Waffen an die
President. So, more support for Ukraine. Who are you doing this for? We heard from a colleague, the majority of the Ukrainians want negotiations to reach peace and would give up territory. That is something that's come from a poll of Ukrainians currently. 10 million Ukrainians have voted with their feet. They've left the country. Among them, 500,000 men of fighting age who didn't want to go that way, and a further 500,000 couldn't vote with their feet because they were dead. Is that not enough for you? Even Zelensky is now saying that he wants to move to negotiations and find a diplomatic solution. That's what we have been saying and demanding for 2 years. And you, all of you, who've demanded that, have accused us of being agents of Moscow, agents of Putin. And what now? Is Zelensky also an agent of Putin? Is he spreading Russian propaganda? Of course not. He's just noticed the war is over. Trump won the elections. More arms deliveries is over now. And you, in all seriousness, want to continue to fan the flames of this conflict and drive us into a third world war? So shortly before the end of the war? So that begs the question, which interests are you representing? Not those of the Ukrainian people. You're just representing the arms industry, NATO, and the war lobby, because there are a lot of people who feel that they are involved in this war against Russia, even though there's never been a vote about this. People in Ukraine don't want the war. People in Russia don't want this war. The Americans don't want this war. Most Europeans don't want this war. So just stop dragging us into a war. It is over. Thank you. Thank you very much. That brings to end the round of the groups. I'm going to be more strict with the speakers now as ever. The next speaker is Ms. Nerudova.
Dear colleagues, we are facing a dangerous partnership between two authoritarian regimes that threaten global stability. By supplying weapons as well as deploying thousands of soldiers to help Russia's war in Ukraine, North Korea is strengthening its military capacities. Increased bilateral financial and technical support will also boost its nuclear weapons program. Meanwhile, the people of North Korea are suffering terribly. While its leaders focus on war and weapons, millions in the country are struggling with hunger and oppression. North Korea was a potential threat for global security for years. Now it's becoming a reality. As defenders of democracy, we must act. We need better sanction framework with real accountability and visions. Thank you.
Excuse me, colleague Nerudova, there is a blue card. Excuse me, there is a blue card from colleague Juan Fernando López Aguilar. Do you want to accept that? No? Oh, okay. It was for Catch the Eye. Okay. Okay, sorry, that was a misunderstanding. Nächster Redner ist dann der Kollege Glucksmann.
Next speaker is Mr. Glucksmann.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Commissaire, chers collègues.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, Council. The next week's going to define the future of our continent. We all want peace here, but peace is not giving in to tyrants who start wars or abandon those who are resisting. Since the victory of Trump in the US, we've heard resounding this music of renouncing and capitulation, even in this chamber this morning. You've just told us here on the extreme right of this chamber, but also the extreme left, you've just told us that at any price we have to avoid escalation. In a sort of waltz of capitulation that Die Linke and the ESN seem to want. Who would lose out on escalation? Well, we've seen Putin escalating, bringing in North Korean troops. You're saying sacrificing Donbass or the Crimea is not a massive price to pay, but you refuse obstinately to see that the goal of Putin is not Donbass or the Crimea. that was always and still is Ukraine and Europe. This territory will not bring peace. It will not stop war from coming to our shores. You're not going to oppose a tyrant by seducing him. You're just appetizing him for future hunger. So we're seeing the Russian war machine in train, and the question we need to look at is, are we doing enough? So let's look at these figures. The US have over 4,000 Abrams tanks. They've provided 60 to Ukraine. They have massive numbers of anti-air defense systems. They've only delivered 6 to Ukraine. Europe altogether has provided 3 times less munitions than North Korea. So are we actually facing the peril? Are we being commensurate with what is needed? In 2 months, a continent that does not pay, a president who does not pay any heed to our continent will take power. We need to move from unanimity. We need a coalition of those states of the willing who are prepared to support Ukraine more. And what we do in the nearest days and weeks will dictate the future of our continent.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Ferenc.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Colleagues, the war of aggression by Russia and Ukraine has shown just how vulnerable European peace is. There's a bigger risk than ever of the war being escalated. We need to avoid that situation, and we need to have a ceasefire, and we need peace negotiations. EU citizens across the continent are preparing for Christmas, and the fact that this is happening at this time of year is particularly important. But in Ukraine, we're seeing airstrikes and power cuts, and people are waiting for Christmas in those conditions. For too long, this war has been going on. Hundreds of thousands have lost their lives, and many have been injured. Millions have been left without homes, and these numbers go up every single day. And airstrikes have even reached areas that we thought were secure, such as western Ukraine, Transcarpathia, where several thousand people have fled the country. And the males in Transcarpathian region, where there's a Hungarian minority, are also at risk. I listened last week to women from the Transcarpathian region about their experiences in the war, and they talk about the difficulties that we don't hear about too much here. What it is like being a woman without their husbands and partners in their everyday lives, having to do the jobs of men when the men are away and the women have been left behind. What it's like to dream about peace in a time when it seems so far away. I condemn the war of aggression by Russia, and I am very sad to see how many people are suffering in Ukraine, and we don't hear enough about their everyday suffering. Peace negotiations are important, and we need to support the ending of this war as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cavadania, please.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Our position, our international position and condemnation of the invasion of the war that has been very important to Europe for a long time. We need to stop this unfair aggression suffered by Ukrainian people. But any kind of dangerous escalation that might lead to war needs to be avoided. Escalation is no surprise that the flames have been fanned by certain countries, including North Korea, who have put boots on the ground. North Korea is a socialist dictatorship, according to the leader. Socialist dictatorship that sends out soldiers to the east of Europe. They're not only far from our ideas, but this makes you think of terrible stories from history, such as Soviet tanks rolling onto European soil. We need to make sure that we don't have socialist dictatorships in the future that want to take away the future from our forthcoming generations. For all of those people that were singing on the banks of the Buda, we need to stand firm for those who gave their lives in the Prague Spring. Ms. Veltmans, please.
Thank you, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen. Today, Putin has more friends than before the war. Good friends. North Korean troops, Chinese technology, Iranian drones, and support from Turkey and India. And we're standing here unshod, talking about whether and how Ukraine might be able to use our weapons. And I know that in Sweden and Finland, people are being prepared for a broader war, an understandable strategy. They're very close to Russia. But you should know, colleagues, that all this doom-mongering about the Third World War is being spread by Russia with one goal in mind: to force Ukraine to give in. You know, their colleagues here are also saying the same thing, talking about the threats of the Third World War. Well, that's being spread with a single goal, and that is to force Ukraine to submit. And that, colleagues, is the last thing that we should allow ourselves to do. We have to make sure that if there are negotiations tomorrow, Ukraine does it from a power of strength. There's a Flemish saying, Commissioner, that I'm sure you know: if you act from fear, then you will be beaten. And we shouldn't allow that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lagodinsky, please.
Colleagues, we have shared all of the arguments. We've had all of the appeals. It's now time to act. And we all know what that means. It means more support, more defense systems for Ukraine, and more missiles which save lives. Yes, that destroy lethal weapons from Russia and on Russian territory as well. This is in line with international law. And yes, we also need clear security guarantees for Ukraine that will survive the change of president in the White House. And we need to talk about that now. People here talk about peace, but my tip for you and to Mr. Morel and Mr. Bissell, imagine, I know it's perhaps difficult for you, but imagine that you have to look into the eyes of Ukrainians, women who have lost their husbands, who are being raped, who are being bombed. Look into the eyes of those children who've lost their parents, eyes of men who in occupied areas are being tortured and raped. Men, we're talking about men raped in basements. Think about that when you talk about this, when you defend Putin. We are for Ukraine and for Ukrainians, for their future. And I hope that that will also be a clear policy for Trump as well, and that he will be able to look at Ukrainians in the eye and imagine that when he decides about their fate. We will be taking part in that decision, and we will always be on the side of Ukrainians, regardless of what here is mentioned and what comes from the left and the right here. Thank you.
Mr. Lagodinsky, there are 2 blue cards. Colleagues that have speaking time in the debate don't get a blue card. But there's another one. Yes, but have you spoken in the debate? We can't carry on till midnight. There is one colleague that hasn't been on the speaking list. Mr. Zell would like to ask a question. Would you allow that?
Weil Sie in der Debatte Redezeit hatten.
Because you've got speaking time, as I have said.
Nummer 612, bitte.
Vielen Dank, dass Sie die Frage zulassen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lagodinsky, for allowing me this question. I remember the election campaign for the Bundestag in 2021 and the posters from the Greens, no weapons deliveries to conflict zones. And now you are saying that weapons should be delivered to Ukraine. That is a conflict zone. What about the demand that was placed in 2021 and why you're asking for something different now? I am not here to defend posters or explain them. I am here to outline what the reality of the situation is, and the reality is as I described. The reality is that we have an aggressor in Putin in Russia that has attacked a country. Our posters say that we want peace and a peace order, and this is being destroyed now. And in doing so, it's destroying women's rights, people's lives, and you will see that on our posters as well. And we will continue to stand for that military assistance for Ukraine and Ukrainians. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a general point. If you're on the speakers list, you won't get a blue card. So that's true. All colleagues are invited. Mr. Botenga, please.
Colleagues, there's some people talking about total victory, but in life, what we're seeing is complete failure of your policies. Against the opinions of military experts, you thought to provide arms to counter Russian aggression to allow Ukraine to regain its total territory. But rather than liberating this territory, Ukraine is losing territory every day. It finds itself today in a position for negotiation today that's less favourable than 2022, when Russia could have been forced to withdraw from occupied territories since the start of the war. Your policies have cost Ukraine dearly, but also Europeans as well. Increase in heating costs, fuel costs, factories closing down and buying up arms. Everybody knows today we need to negotiate. That's not a question. Some people want to improve their position on the battlefield. The Russians are using North Korea, the Americans using intercontinental missiles, and the Russians are firing hypersonic missiles at Dnipro. So let us take a diplomatic initiative today. There's some who say, no, we should need to go further. We need to send European soldiers, French, British soldiers. Who are you prepared to send there? Your sons, your daughters, your children? No. It's the working class children who'll be sent. You'll be happily warming yourself in front of the fire when they're fighting that war. So let's not wait until 2025. Why are we allowing people to die when we can stop this war now? Let's do it. Let's negotiate. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Nächster.
Thank you. Mr. Neuhoff, please.
Sehr geehrte Frau
President, colleagues, the majority here in the EP has so far not understood the Ukraine conflict on a daily basis. It's ratcheting up as though we're falling foul to new Russian imperialism. This is a geostrategic conflict between two blocks of power. The US General Keith Kellogg had a public hearing in 2022, and in the minutes he said, if you can defeat an enemy without putting boots on the ground, then you have been extremely professional. Now, colleagues, although you may not want to agree, the EU strategy in the Ukraine conflict is a failure. Sanctions against Russia have not been bad for the Russian war effort, they've been bad for us. Western aid hasn't helped Ukraine, but it's led to further escalation and destruction. Despite this failure, the EU sticks to its guns. The diplomatic effort is to do with trying to overcome Russia. But this negotiation has gone wrong in terms of an escalation of commitment. This is to do with cognitive distortion. And this is a self-destructive course of events. With Donald Trump's election, we can see there a change of direction. And the path before Trump was elected was to change. Now, if you look at the long-range weapons, Russia has now shown that it is capable and willing to ratchet further and further up in terms of escalation. And the danger of an uncontrolled escalation has never been as big as it is now.
Danke. Nächster Redner ist
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. von der Schulenburg.
Ja, liebe Kollegen.
Colleagues, after almost 3 years of war, I think we should look at what the reality is. And wars here are a reality, but the outcomes of war are not very good. What Ukraine needs is not more weapons, but it needs an immediate ceasefire and negotiations. If the Ukrainians have lost the war, more weapons will not resolve this issue. And the Ukrainians are facing our military and political collapse, and we should do our utmost to prevent that. Based on experience, the last weeks of a war caused the most victims, and we need to prevent such a bloodbath. After almost 3 years of war, there have been hundreds of thousands of deaths, and large swathes of the country have been destroyed, and we need to make sure that this is stopped. Now, in a panic situation, we are now calling for long-range missiles to be used, such as Taurus. But this would lead to a spiral which would bring the war to Europe, and as a parliament we should prevent this. The job of this parliament is peace and not war. Thank you.
Danke. Nächster Redner ist
Thank you. Mr. Pascual de la Parte.
Buenos días, gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President. Well, we've seen an escalation in the Ukraine war with 15,000 North Koreans. This shows that Putin's strong. No? Yes? No, it shows that he's weak. He needs foreign mercenaries because he can't recruit enough soldiers amongst Russian youth. Now, if you look at the Chechens in Kadyrov, this has happened. Now they're using North Koreans, maybe Yemenis tomorrow. This shows that Russia's weak. Clearly, Putin thinks that given that the nuclear threat hasn't worked, he's using a different argument, which is turning the conflict international to try and dissuade Westerners from helping out with Ukraine. But this isn't working. We need to intensify our help politically, economically, and in all manners.
So spricht der Kollege Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Magnetis.
Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι,
Dear colleagues, the war in Ukraine has now gone beyond the 1,000 days. Putin has decided that it is the right of those who have power, who are above international law, and Putin has decided to impose his own law in Ukraine. He gets support from North Korea, and that reaffirms the need for us in Europe to help the Ukrainians defend their country. We must not forget that a victory of Putin will endanger the geopolitical security of Europe as a whole and will prepare other authoritarian leaders in southeastern Europe to imitate him. So it is our duty and it is in our interest to support Ukraine in this war, both with humanitarian assistance and with the appropriate military tools so that Ukraine can defend itself, and after the end of the war that we will have the proper terms for peace. Thank you.
Nächste Rednerin ist die Kollegin.
Thank you, Ms. Steger.
Damen und Herren, ich muss...
Ladies and gentlemen, I need to ask a few people here if they actually have lost their good sense. Are you aware of what you're doing here? You are steering Europe into war. Is that really what you want? And Mr. Biden, who still seems to be president but not in control of his senses, is pushing for more war. His party has been rejected at the polls. his power is over, and yet he's allowing long-range missiles to be shot at Russia and provoking a third world war. No, you're not even criticizing it. You're not even asking for things to be de-escalated. And we're not hearing these demands from anywhere. No, from Ms. von der Leyen, from Borrell, Manfred Weber, all the way down to the President of the European Parliament. They want German Taurus rockets to be approved. What is your objective here? How far should this so-called unconditional solidarity go? Is this the alleged peace process of the European Union? Would you only be happy to move to peace negotiations then, or would you wait until bombs have fallen on European towns and cities? These moralists who don't know reality seem to not understand their own actions. Since the start of this outrageous war, there hasn't been a single peace initiative from the European Union. The European Union has led itself into a political dead end and is pushing towards war. And I'd like to say it very clearly here. This is not our war, and on no condition should it become our war, because it seems that some people here need reminding of that. The big economic loser in this war is us, because when Ukraine is being bombed, the cash tills are ringing in the US. And yet Europe is suffering because of exploding energy prices and industry on the brink of disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, we need an independent peace policy. It's high time for that, pushing for dialogue, negotiation and diplomacy rather than more and more dangerous weapons. It's high time that Europe takes its own interests into its own hand rather than those of the rest of the world.
Thank you. Once again, we've got over 80 speakers on the list, so we can't accept blue cards for people who are on the speakers list. Mr. Juncken, please.
Shame on us. The justification for the EU is said to be, we are big on big issues and small on small issues. But in the biggest thing, the threat that is facing the entire European security, how small have we become? A whining mosquito. The Ukrainians are sacrificing themselves for Europe. They are fighting while we sleep. Ukrainian babies are being bombed in hospitals while we sing to ours. Hush, little baby, don't you cry. Daddy's gonna sing you a lullaby. Even North Koreans went to fight to Ukraine before our European troops. If we don't stop Putin in Ukraine, the imperial march will continue for as long as it takes. Glory to Ukraine and shame on Europe.
Okay, nächste Rednerin ist die Kollegin
Ms. Kavashova.
Yes, of course. Could you please give the mic to 100?
I really want to make a point of order because we're really debating here a very, very important topic. It's the rule of this parliament is that we can have a blue card. If people from the extreme right really putting the words of Putin forward here all the time, we should have the right to react. Now you say, yeah, I have, I don't know how many interventions. Yeah, that's why this parliament is elected for, to do interventions here. But it's also elected to have a debate. And what use it is that I'm sitting here all the day, hearing, and that I cannot react when people are putting forward the words of Putin. Then there is no use of this parliament. Let's have a real debate and let us have that interventions and the blue cards.
Dear colleague Woutmans, I'm usually totally on your side, but already in normal debates, we don't accept blue cards from speakers on the list, and now we have 80 speakers. So there is an exchange, there is someone from this side, there is someone from that side, not every individual, and then you can, I mean, we've already had like 5, I know it is, but we are in the European Parliament already. That we only have 1 minute speaking time for me is not a real debate, but we cannot change all of the rules according to, every individual who wants to speak this time. I completely understand what you're saying, but with 80 speakers on the list, if every one of you then also additionally takes blue cards. We will sit here really until midnight. I really apologize. I completely get your point. But we have a back and forth. We have a back and forth of opinions and of political positions. And I really apologize. It's the line of the Parliament in general and in this debate all the more. I'm sorry. So now we have colleague Karvašová. Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really believe that we should respect the rules of this House, and I really believe that we shouldn't challenge the authority of the spokesperson. Yes, I am on your side with this matter, but it shouldn't be that you're shouting to the spokesperson of this House back and forth. I think she makes the rules, we follow them, and that's it. Not like a ping pong. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the word goes to Madam Karvašová.
Thank you. I hope Hilda will like at least what I'm going to say. No. Tell me who your friends are, and I will tell you who you are. Russia asked North Korea, the regime under the most extensive UN sanctions, to join their war of aggression against Ukraine. And Kim Jong-un obliged, armed Russia, provided ammunition, and even sent boots on the ground. These are clear efforts for peace. But let us also see the big picture here. This coalition of dictators poses a threat also to South Korea, our strategic partner in the Indo-Pacific and a crucial contributor to European defense capabilities. South Korea is a reliable member of international and rules-based community. It must become our key partner, not only in security and defense, but also in economy, including Ukraine's European future and its reconstruction. So let us also use this new reality and this discussion today to bring EU and South Korea relationship into a whole new level. It will also help Ukraine to win war. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Nächste Rednerin ist...
Thank you. Ms. Gregorova.
Dear colleagues, this is what we call an escalation. Up to 10,000 soldiers from North Korea now support Russian forces. Russia has been amassing Iranian ballistic missiles. Putin revised his nuclear doctrine to lower the threshold for nuclear weapon use and immediately followed it up with deploying a hypersonic missile. This escalation has a clear goal: to tire us, to frustrate us, and to drag this for so long that we either give up on Ukraine or our citizens are manipulated by fear of further prolongation into voting forces sympathetic to Putin. We need to formulate a response. So I'm formulating. Yes, for a true peace, there needs to be a negotiation table. But what Putin is offering is a bombarded table with splinters all over the ground and Ukraine sitting on them. We can ensure a table with two equal chairs through the only thing Putin will respect: force. And Ukraine needs from us the means to use such a force. Are we clear? Thank you.
Dankeschön. Nächste Rednerin ist die...
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Anderson.
Honourable Chair, around 3 weeks ago, I was sitting on a train from Kiev going back over the border to Poland. We were visiting Ukraine with a delegation of representatives from different left parties, having meetings with NGOs, trade unionists, and the Ukrainian left organization Socialny Ruch. Everyone in Ukraine was telling us the same thing. They expect this winter to be the hardest period since Putin started this war of aggression, with attacks on energy infrastructures, soldiers getting worn out, and relentless drone and missile attacks, keeping people in constant alert. It is therefore of utmost importance that we stand firm in our solidarity with Ukraine. It is up to the Ukrainians to decide when the time is ready for possible negotiations. But for the possibility of a just and lasting peace, there must be enough pressure on Putin. That is why we need military support, and that is why we need to strengthen the sanctions regime. But Ukrainian society also needs other forms of support. There is a pressing need for social and non-profit housing models to address the housing crisis. Trade unions need to be strengthened so that collective bargaining and social dialogue can be continued as soon as possible. A strong civil society and transparency is needed in the fight against corruption. And Ukraine's sovereign debt also needs to be cancelled so that we can ensure the economic and political sovereignty of the country in addition to its independence and territorial integrity.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Mr. Volgin.
Уважаеми колеги,
Dear colleagues, behind the scarecrow of some North Korean troops, nobody has ever seen them, the EU leaders turn a blind eye to the biggest threat, the threat of a third world war. It seems a reality because the US and its European vassals allowed Kyiv to use long-range missiles against Russia. And no, this will not help Ukraine. If the policy of fueling the war goes on, the only outcome will be a Russian response that will make a strike with the supersonic Oreshnik missile look like a festive fireworks. I understand that the outgoing US administration in Washington is furious because of its defeat in the elections. However, I do not understand why EU leaders are riding like the headless horseman to the abyss. They fail to see that all their actions prolong the war and push us towards a nuclear apocalypse. The demons ruling the EU will destroy it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Konečná.
Děkuji, paní předsedající.
Thank you very much. Dear Commissioner, Chair, ladies and gentlemen, I have a question for you, only one question. How far do you think this escalation will go? What is the logical end of ramping up the so-called military help to Ukraine? After every escalation, on our part, Russian escalation follows. You provide more weapons, Russia invites soldiers from North Korea. You allow Ukraine to shoot into the Russian territory. Russia does the same. According to some sources, they've even used intercontinental ballistic missiles. What is the next step? Are you blind? Don't you see that you're bringing us to the brink of the nuclear warfare? Who are citizens for you? Are they just chess pieces? Wake up. This is no longer a chess game. This is about the lives of children, men and women. Stop playing with them only to bring Russia down. We are on the crossroads, either ceasefire or nuclear holocaust. At least once in life, move us forward in the right direction for once. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Kohut.
Sowieckie zbrodnie to okrutna i powtarzająca się historia. 80 lat temu Górny Śląsk, dziś
80 years ago, we saw what was going on in Silesia, and now Mata Rosa has deported and raped and assassinated thousands of people. This happened in Silesia, and this is going on now in Ukraine. Our tragedy has not come to an end. We can and must guarantee Europe's security. We need to stand firm as politicians and stop waiting for other people to act. We need to be aware that we're on unknown territory because there won't be Biden anymore on the other side of the Atlantic. We need to be brave and not cede to national egotism. We need to act while we still can.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Fritzon.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, Madam President. Ukraine's fight for freedom is also our fight for security and democracy. Here we stand today, and Russia's terrible war against Ukraine has gone on for more than 1,000 days. A new chapter of power is being written with this military cooperation between North Korea and Russia. We have to hold on and do everything we can to improve support for Ukraine, economically, militarily, and socially as well, for all those women and children who are suffering in this war. We Social Democrats will continue support for Ukraine because it also is a question of our future, our security for our children and our grandchildren, and our way of life here in Europe. And here in the EU, we shall stand shoulder to shoulder in solidarity with the Ukrainian people every day until this war is over. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Demeter. Thank you, Madam President. We agree on one thing. We condemn Russia's military aggression, and we must find a way of helping those people in difficulty. But we must speak about the economic repercussions as well, and the impact that unwavering support for war is that it's having on European people's lives. We don't hear much about that, but we should hear about it because the situation is tragic. For a long time, Europe has been facing the spectre of economic stagnation. This year, we face economic growth of 0.9%. We're hearing about factory closures and jobs being at risk. And one of the reasons for this is that Europe has cut itself off from cheap energy sources which can now only be replaced at a much higher price. LNG imports have gone up, not just from the United States, but also from Russia. Exporters are doing well, but European businesses not so much. According to the Draghi report, companies are paying 2 to 3 times more for electricity than the USA. And skyrocketing energy prices have brought with them inflation at levels that we haven't seen for decades. Who's going to step up and take responsibility? And when the question arises as to how long the EU leadership will support this war, the answer is always as long as it takes, so at all costs. And it was President Biden that used this slogan a year ago. But since then, the Democrats lost the election, but most of the political groups here would like to continue that policy. Why? So I've spoken about economic repercussions, but there is something more important than that, or just as important, and that is protecting human lives. Long-range and ballistic missiles are being deployed, and the risk of serious escalation is higher than ever since the outbreak of the war. When the European Union was created, it promised many things, but 2 things for sure: peace and prosperity, and that is something that it is increasingly unable to deliver, and the majority of us here have a great responsibility for that. It's time to take the lives of people of Europe into consideration, not just the expectations of others. Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Madison.
Chair, colleagues, dear representatives of the Commission and Council. In this Parliament, words are always more than deeds. There is much talk about the need to support Ukraine in its war against Russia for as long as it takes. But where are the deeds? The situation in Ukraine is getting worse every day because European aid is too scarce or comes too late. Germany, Europe's largest economy, supports Ukraine in words, but actual military aid has been limited to 5.2 billion euros. The European Union remains the largest importer of Russian gas, buying almost half of the gas exported from Russia. In October of this year alone, the EU paid Russia 1.8 billion euros for fossil fuels. If Europe wants to stop Russia, it needs to reduce its dependence on Russian energy and develop our own energy industry, abandoning the economically harmful Green Revolution. It is also necessary to increase military support for Ukraine many times over so that negotiations to end the war can take place from a position that suits us and Ukraine and not on Russia's term. We need deeds and now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Brandstetter.
Grazie, signora Presidente. Oggi voglio cominciare in italiano con un messaggio.
I'll start in Italian with a message to President Meloni. Ms. Meloni, there is a huge difference for you in any issue to do with politics, but in terms of Europe's security, you stand with us, not with those who think they're patriots. And I'll continue in German.
Thank you. Now, when I heard that one of the patriots was speaking, I thought that it was a representative of the Russian government. It was a complete replica of Putin's propaganda. Now, if Yemenis arrive and kill, and that is not escalation. Now, if we look at Russian TV, they talk on a daily basis about genocide. They talk about Ukrainian culture not existing, talking about people that need to be killed. And nursery schools are being shot at intentionally. Killer Putin, we are not afraid of you.
Dankeschön. Nächster Redner.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Sinkevicius.
Dear colleagues, first it was Crimea, then it was Luhansk and Donetsk, and now for 3 years, full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And yet we still have Putin proxies here calling to force Ukraine into ceasefire, call Russia into ceasefire, force Russian imperialism into ceasefire. Now, with Iran, North Korea supporting Russia, even with the troops on the ground, there is a clear formation of evil, axis of evil. And when you ask a question, what is the logical end? I have an answer for you. The logical end is to destroy institutions like this, to destroy democracy, to destroy human rights, dignity, everything what we've been fighting for, everything what this world has built after the Second World War. This is the aim of Putin. And yet he's not going to stop in Kiev, in Vilnius. The Iskanders that are in Kaliningrad, they aimed at Berlin. Don't forget that.
Dankeschön. Next.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Della Valle.
Presidente, colleghi.
President, colleagues, we're all very concerned here because of the turn that the war is taking, waged by Putin, with North Koreans involved in the conflict with the Ukraine. We're also worried that Biden has authorized the use of long-range missiles onto Russian territory. Biden wasn't able to get through as president in the US, but can now decide that he wants to launch the Third World War in Europe. We have to hear from this war-waging majority. All they've done is make things worse in Europe. They've made things worse for workers and companies in the EU, sending thousands of Ukrainians to their death. They're now talking about defence, but that means austerity for European people and paying into arms lobbies. When will the Parliament hear a clear voice in terms of stopping this, de-escalating, and having a true peace conference with all players around the table? Every time that people say you can only reach peace defeating Russia, every time you say that, Putin's troops advance by kilometers on the front. And this is something that we saw with the European elections, now in Romania, and so on, moved to the right. The true sponsors of Putin are you, not the people you're accusing of. We need to open a space of dialogue and diplomacy and stop making the Europeans pay for this absurd war.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Ondruš.
Dámy a páni, moje vystúpenie je zložené výlučne z
Ladies and gentlemen, my speech only consists of the quotes from the liberal American daily newspaper New York Times, so let me quote. The first advance of Russia is a major change compared to the situation from previous year. According to a military expert of Blackbird in Finland, Russians have reached half of this year's territorial gains in the last 3 months. American military representatives claim that weapon supplies are not the main disadvantage of
Ukraine, but the main shortfall is in manpower. It can be perceived as defeatism, but it is realism. It is correct to call this a proxy war because Biden's administration supported it, also because the war was a chance to weaken our enemy. The US have set a path. They supported the war to continue, but never enough to win, to make Ukrainians win. Russia and the USA abuse internal division of Ukraine for undermining and abusing this situation, especially to the detriment of Ukrainians. These are quotes from American media.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Toveri.
Madam President, dear colleagues, Russia's illegal and brutal attack on Ukraine has now continued almost 8+3 years, and it has and will continue as long as we accept and allow it to happen. We have constrained our actions against Russia's economy and our support to Ukraine because we have been afraid of escalation of the war. And now Russia has bought not only North Korean artillery and ammunition and ballistic missiles to Europe, he has brought also North Korean military forces to Europe. An Asian nation is now participating in the Ukrainian war. Putin has escalated this war to a world war. And remember, he started it, not we. We don't have any excuses anymore. Therefore, we need to punish Russia with proper sanctions and support Ukraine more than Ukraine, so that Ukraine can have peace on its own terms, not on Putin's terms. If we don't do it and instead feed the dictator, we will have a new war in Europe in a few years. And yes, that time it would be our children fighting the war. To my colleagues in the left and right, I have 3 children and they are all in the Finnish Defence Forces reserves. Even though they are ready, I don't want them to go to war. The best way to prevent this is to stop Russia now by forcing Putin to negotiate in Ukraine's terms. Putin won't be stopped with diplomacy. He will be stopped by force. Trust me, we Finns know Russians better than most of the Europeans. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you. Schön. Nächster Redner ist...
Thank you. The next speaker.
Nächster Redner ist der Kollege.
The next speaker is Mr. Luena.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, here, fundamentally, this is a debate for and on freedom of democratic societies, and here, Ukraine, an independent country which was invaded by orders from outside. But we've heard speakers here from the extremes of this House, and they say that the war needs to end, no matter what. Well, this is what you need to ask Putin to do. He's the only person who is guilty here. He's the only one. If we abandon Ukraine, then we will be deceiving ourselves. We need to provide assistance, military equipment, weapons, and we also need to impose sanctions. We need to support Ukrainian society. If we abandon them, we will deceive ourselves as a project of freedom, which is what we are. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Vistisen.
It is very interesting to hear this debate when you look at the sheer level of hypocrisy that is shown in this room. Because if you really believe that Russia is an existential threat to Europe, why aren't your governments doing anything about it? My country of Denmark is now the second largest EU donor for Ukraine. More than 60 billion Danish crowns have now been spent from the Danish taxpayers. But let's look at Europe's grand economies. Denmark have given 1.9% of GDP to Ukraine. Germany have given 0.38%. France have given 0.17%. Italy has given 0.12%. And the great socialist government of Spain have given 0.09% of their GDP to Ukraine. So who are you really think you are fooling in this house? If you really are serious on Ukraine, go back to your capitals, go back to your governments and find some cash for Ukraine instead of blabbering on in this house. Og til de danske tilhørere til den her debat må man bare sige, at når...
And to Danish listeners to this debate, when incoming President Trump says that there will be peace negotiations, the choice we have in Europe is that we can help shape these peace negotiations. We shouldn't just deny facts, because there is large Danish support, but that will not be able to fill the gap that the Americans leave us behind. And the Germans have said that they might cut their support by 50% next year. We're home alone, but unfortunately, children are in government in Europe. So we need to have serious peace negotiations that won't just be capitulation to Putin, but we need to be a big and strong nation with real security guarantees. We'll need to make Ukraine that so Russia won't attack again.
Collega van Overveld.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Van Overveld.
Voorzitter, collega's.
President, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, the Russian invasion is not just threatening the sovereignty of Ukraine, but also the foundations of our European values. Moreover, the interaction and cooperation between North Korea and Russia constitutes the beginning of China in this conflict. What we need to do is clear. We need to build military capacity, and here I mean mass production. That is of essential importance. In order to develop this, there are three levers that need to be pushed. First of all, we need to see more shift in the European budget. Secondly, more right of initiative for the European Investment Bank. And third, coordinated actions at the level of member states. Through supporting Ukraine, we're not just supporting their freedom, but also the freedom of all of us. That responsibility is not something that we should underestimate, nor try and escape. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Next.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Barner.
Thank you, Madam President. Continuăm să ne aflăm.
It's been over 1,000 days since we've been at this crossroads. Ukraine is burning because of the ambition and the hunger of a dictator and a tyrant. North Korean troops are now in Ukraine. Their presence is a scary reminder that this conflict is extending. Russia is sending ballistic missiles, destroying families, cities, and making a mockery of international law. This is not some conflict in history books or in movies. This is a fire that is a few hundred miles away from our borders. Every Ukrainian that dies fighting, every child that hides in fear, every house that is destroyed is a record of our shame. We have to rise to this challenge. We have to strengthen the support for Ukraine with a wave of solidarity. We need more weapons. We need more humanitarian aid and economic assistance. Everything that is necessary in order to stop this inferno, this hell. We have to show the world the true power of the European spirit, not just become followers of Putin's rhetoric.
Neumann.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Neumann.
"12,000 North Korean soldiers are fighting for Russia, sent in exchange for advanced military technology, gaining battlefield experience they might use against South Korea. Russia is buying Shahed drones and missiles from Iran, providing Su-35 fighter jets and support to Iran's nuclear program in return, directly threatening Israel and global security. Russia is recruiting soldiers in Yemen in exchange for weapons the Houthis will use to intensify their attacks on commercial ships in the Red Sea. We've seen bombs smuggled in planes, internet cables destroyed in the Baltic, cyber attacks on government systems across Europe, and a dissident assassinated in the middle of Berlin. Putin has trampled every red line of international law, and we are witnessing a growing alliance among regimes thriving on repression, destruction, and death.
If we, dear colleagues, want diplomacy, demilitarization and trust building to prevail, we must ensure this alliance does not win this war against Ukraine, nor this war against freedom, also fought on European soil. Slava Ukraini, Baroje Azadi.
Dankeschön. Nächster Redner ist der Kollege Klaus.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Clausen.
For 14 dage siden
2 weeks ago, I was in Warsaw for a meeting with Baltic socialists, Scandinavian socialists. I met a Ukrainian soldier on leave, and his message was clear. Do not leave Ukraine to Trump and make Ukraine accept an unfair peace, because that won't create a sustainable peace. He said Ukraine needs weapons, which is why we need to focus on what we do. We cannot export the weapons Ukraine needs to other parts of the world, where they either do not need them as much or use them wrongly. We need to make the sanctions against Russia efficient, because Russia's ability to continue the war is that they can still sell products to us. They're still able to smuggle oil out of Russia. We need to stop the shadow fleet Russia has. We need to make sure that that happens. And then we need to support Ukrainian reconstruction already now. Build up the welfare system, infrastructure, and secure workers' rights. It's really important. I'm already part of an association that makes sure that Ukraine has its energy structure. That's what I worked on before I became a member of this parliament. Anders Vestisen from Denmark is right on one point. We do not support Ukraine enough. We should do much more in the future.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Borgalho.
President, colleagues, em 2022, quando as tropas russas...
In 2022, when Russian troops invaded Ukraine, Europe was surprised. But the annexation of Crimea and the humanitarian attacks against humanity, we have seen an attempt to kill members of the opposition as well, training of military forces. Europe was surprised despite 8 years of warning. 10 years after the annexation of Crimea, we are surprised by the involvement of North Korean troops in this conflict. And colleagues, it's high time for Europe to not be a continent which is surprised by the real world. We need to be realistic and ready for this world of uncertainty. The question is not the cost of winning the war. It's about how much it will cost us to lose the war.
Those that I guard, I do not love. Without fighting back, there will be nothing left to guard. Muito obrigado.
Excuse me, we have a blue card by Mr. Oliveira. Would you accept that?
Yes, I do.
Please.
Mr. Oliveira.
Sr. Deputado, a humanidade está hoje perante o risco real.
Thank you very much. There is a real risk of confrontation between nuclear powers and an escalation. That's what the situation is now. You finished your speech with a call to increase this escalation towards war. What will be the repercussions of this policy? Just how far do you want to go? What kind of repercussions will there be for future generations if we do not prioritize peace? We could see an escalation which is dangerous, especially if we take into consideration the involvement of nuclear powers. Thank you.
Sr. Deputado, com todo o respeito.
Thank you. With all of the respect, with all due respect, the only discourse which leads to escalation is one which puts the responsibility on the invaded country and not the invading country. It's a democratically elected regime that has been accused of pursuing certain policies. We need to be in favor of Ukrainian peace. That means being in favor of the end of the war. And Ukrainian lives are suffering on a daily basis. Thank you for your question. That was my response.
Nächster Redner ist der Kollege Aziz.
Thank you. Mr. Assis is the next speaker.
Senhora Presidente, Sr. Comissário, caras e caros.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the deployment of North Korean troops in Ukraine has shown that the Russian dictator really is planning a war against the West. Not the West that the extreme right here is talking about. We're talking about the West of representative democracy, the values of pluralism. It's not just a question of the military message. It's also a message that Putin is sending by deploying North Korean troops. And that is that we're talking about a dispute between Russia and Europe and the West. But Russia has a European aspect to it as well. But by using North Korean troops, Russia is bringing the North Korean leader into the aggressor states, but at the same time provoking Europe. And obviously the North Korean regime is inimical to the West too. And this provides a further reason why we need to resolutely continue in supporting the war against the Russian invader.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Buenos días.
Thank you very much. Good morning. When the invasion took place, which wasn't going to happen, why did Putin dare to invade Ukraine? Putin entered Ukraine because he knew that Europe was weak and that Europe had been laughing at Trump for 6 years when Trump was talking about the threats linked to dependence on Russian gas for Europe. And all the adversaries were laughing. And here people boasted about investing in the Green Deal and huge amounts of money spent on absurd things that no one needs apart from you, but means that Europe is completely vulnerable. And then it was Mr. Biden, President Biden, Democratic administration that accepted it was the Democratic administration that accepted the annexation of Crimea. And then look at what happened here with the Social Democrats and the German CDU, which has been on a permanent honeymoon with Putin until 4 days ago. 20 years of honeymoon, emptying Europe, closing nuclear power stations, imposing an energy policy and silly energy policy which has made us weak. And then here in Europe, weapons haven't been given. Some people are saying we need to give Ukraine to Putin because he's threatening us with a third world war. No, our sovereignties need to continue to be sacred, but the European strategy and Biden's strategy have failed. We need a new strategy, and that will need to come with President Trump. And you're all very nervous, but President Trump is the one who has brought solutions for many things, and he's going to do it for this war as well. Thank you.
The next speaker is Aurelius Veriga.
Pirmininkė, kolegos.
Chairman, colleague, Russia had plans to occupy Ukraine in a few days, but now it tries to persuade its people that they have to fight for their country and continue to murder Ukrainians. The regime is supported by North Korean soldiers, and we can only guess what kind of repressions will be applied to Korean soldiers if they do not go to Russia to kill Ukrainians. When talking about escalation, Russia tries at its best to escalate the process, usually threatens with nuclear threats and bombs civil populations. Ukrainian losses are also due to democratic countries not being able to provide the necessary support to Ukraine when it had advantage in the front. Now Ukraine needs even more help without any limitations.
The next speaker is Michal Kobosko.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Panie Komisarzu, drodzy
President, Commissioner, colleagues, Europe is facing an existential challenge. Military cooperation between Russia and North Korea is a true alert. These are two regimes that threaten world peace, and Russia wants to drag other countries into this war. The new nuclear doctrine from Putin is an attempt to intimidate. In terms of Ukraine, this isn't something we can permit. We need much more than words. We need action. Enhanced sanctions for Russia. We need to use we need to take all frozen assets from Russia to support Ukraine and to strengthen our military efforts. That's essential. What's happening in Ukraine at the moment will define our future for generations to come. Supporting Ukraine, we support freedom and democracy, and everything that Putin represents, we're fighting against.
President, a few minutes ago, Sergei Lagodinsky used clear words to show how women and children and men are being abused and dying. Our support must not be shaken. 12,000 North Korean troops being deployed in the Kursk region is proof of joint action between Pyongyang and Moscow. And Trump is having a discussion with Putin and excluding Europe from being at the table for negotiations. The voice of Europe at those negotiations is silent. This is dangerous for Europe because it's dangerous for our security, but also for global stability. Europe must be present, must show resolution. We cannot stand indifferent while our values of freedom and democracy are being trampled underfoot. We must show respect to the resistance of the Ukrainian people.
Is Christophe Gomard.
Chers collègues, either we go to war or you don't. The Ukrainians are doing so, the Europeans are not. We promise and we sign resolutions. Condemning the presence of North Korean soldiers is not taking action. So what do? We are allowing the war to continue without giving the Ukrainians the means to win because we are incapable of giving more. Let's be serious and stop making dangerous promises. The only question is, are we ready to go to war? I tell you, militarily, we're not ready. As a soldier, I believe that we need to review our strategy and build our defense on reality and not words. But what reality? The arrival of Trump will lead to a halt in the fighting. At that point, we will have to be able to act and show our determination in the face of the Russians by deploying troops on Ukrainian soil. That will not be enough. We need to speed up our rearmament. It's our lack of credibility that led Putin to attack Ukraine. Only a real European defense pillar, independent of foreign powers and respectful of sovereignty, will enable us to act as a deterrent, able to defend ourselves and the countries that ask us to do so. Thank you.
Speaker is Lucia Annunziata for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. This is the questa è la terza volta che
This is the third time we're voting on Ukraine. since the start of this Parliament. Last time was the 19th of October. Following a divisive discussion, the text was approved with the addition of a request for active participation from Europe for a peace initiative, which would soon lead to an international summit. In the current version, all of that has disappeared. In this new version, there is no reference to that role for Europe, and there is just the promise of further military and economic action in favour of Ukraine, which we fully agree with, alongside a project for defence and military intervention from Europe. I agree too. But the issue is promising military defence and development. We know how long this all goes on for. That is just a losing idea. Just one moment, please. We're in this situation.
Time is over. You had 1 minute, please. Now the next speaker is, please, you had just 1 minute. Mrs. Annunziata. The next speaker is Reinis Poznaks, please.
Labdien. Hello, Madam President. I would like to repeat, Ukraine is the only nation which has chosen its way towards union by fighting and by their lives, not by signing papers. And this has happened since 2014, and no one wants to be in a Europe where somebody else will point out to you how much of your territory you will have to give away in order to achieve a false peace and cheap gas. I want to live in Europe where the freedom of one country is the freedom of all countries. Unfortunately, democracy is slow, dictatorships are fast, they can supply militaries and equipment. We have to be more resolute, otherwise we'll use our democracy in a democratic way, which we can see in the last elections. Thank you.
Is Figueiredo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Commissioner, the war in Ukraine is not for land or borders, it is a war for the soul of Europe and its values. A Europe where freedom is defended and democracy triumphs over tyranny. A Europe where aggression is met not with hesitation, but with resolve. We must continue to support Ukraine whatever it takes. And whatever it takes means more weapons, air defense systems, ammunition, long-range weapons, and the permission to use them. It also means more effective sanctions and continued diplomatic support, because Ukraine's fight is our fight, and a victory for Putin or Kim Jong-un would be a defeat for us all. Too often we have hesitated and delayed. How many lives and how much suffering would have been saved if we had acted quicker? I don't know about the Hungarian presidency, but this Parliament is clear. We will not hesitate, we will not tire, we will not let democracy yield to tyranny.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Reinier van Landschot.
Nuclear threats, assassinations, firebombed airplanes, sabotaged factories, destroyed internet cables. Every day we read about Russia's terrorist attacks on Europe. But like ostriches, European governments and some people in this parliament stick their heads in the sand in the hope that maybe the danger will pass. But while these attacks scare us, Putin is terrified. His war economy collapses and he begs Kim Jong-un for soldiers. But he trembles even more at the thought of a well-functioning democracy right at his doorstep. And meanwhile, Trump might force Ukraine to surrender. Between now and January 20th, when he comes to power, we have 55 days to step up our game. European governments, ostriches, Pull your heads out of the sand, move fast, create a coalition of the willing, and put Ukraine in the best possible position for a just and lasting peace. Seize all Russian assets, directly invest into Ukraine's mass weapon production, and protect Ukraine on the way to NATO and EU membership. Thank you.
Much. The next speaker is Eliana Zovko.
Right, Madam President, dear colleagues, Russia thought that its aggression on Ukraine would last 3 days and that next to giant Russian bear, little Ukraine would fall quietly. We are entering the third year of this David versus Goliath fight, where the biggest winner is at the moment the Russian highly paid propaganda. The tools communists used for decades to distort the truth. Estimates are that Russia invested $1 billion into propaganda war. The fact that North Korea is sending its soldiers to fight against brave Ukrainians proves that we have not finished with totalitarian values and ideology where like-minded dictators unite their forces in order to preserve the autocratic regimes. And Iran is also joining its effort with the autocratic bloc by chipping in with their drones. You have clear company of thugs on one side. It is up to you to take part in history making. This is a clear signal for the democratic world. Ukraine must not be left alone as unfinished business, and we have to stand with them as long as it takes, as we have promised. Don't get tired fighting against oppression. History will reward you as it did with little David.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Vilija Blinkevičiūtė.
Gerbiama pirmininkė, komisarė, kolegos. Mrs. Chair, Commissioner, colleagues, it soon will be 3 years since Russian invasion into Ukraine, and it seems that the Kremlin regime has no intention of stopping. Russia's cooperation with North Korea shows that a very dangerous axis of evil is forming, which has no respect for international law and peace. The presence of North Korean troops on the European continent is a very dangerous development, which is escalating the war and showing that our security is not just a regional issue, it is now becoming a global issue. And it's just a case in point that we have no other choice but to increase our military support to Ukraine and help it defend itself. We have to prevent the circumvention of sanctions and isolate Russia's ability to import the parts it uses to manufacture weapons. Ladies and gentlemen, we have no way of going back. European support alone will not be enough. We have to also mobilize our international partners. Thank you.
Vrecionova.
Režim v KLD. The North Korean regime seems like a curiosity with bizarre leaders at its head. In fact, it is the most cruel totalitarian regime where human lives have no value. Everything is focused on waging a war with South Korea, Japan, US, Europe, the whole democratic world. Putin's Russia have dropped so low that it accepts military help from this horrendous regime, which only gets more experience, and whose dictator is ready to cast an attack. Russia doesn't care about anything, about the lives of its citizens, about the safety and security in the world. It doesn't want peace. It doesn't want negotiation. That's why we need to stand with Ukraine. No doubt about our support. We need to help Ukraine to defend itself and defend ourselves.
Ivars Ijaps.
Madam President, Russian aggression in Ukraine seems to many as a regional conflict that only those who are close to it should be afraid. But I think the North Korean soldiers in Ukraine shows that this is an attack on the whole free world, like the aggression of Iran against Israel. The red lines serve our economy, thriftiness, and fear. So irrespective of what American administration does, we have to support Ukraine. We should allow them to use the weapons in any way because their fight is our fight. Slava Ukraini.
Francesco Milan Mon.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Unfortunately, the situation of the Ukrainian army in Kursk is not good. We've seen North Korean troops also arrive there, and the use of what Putin's doing shows he doesn't want to stop this war. What he wants to do is intimidate us, and he also wants to have a position in potential peace negotiations. We need to support Ukraine with weapons and funding. It's not the time to take decisions to abandon Ukraine. The new administration in America with Trump needs to see our clear position in favor of Ukraine. It needs to be based in norms and institutions which were created by the US and Europe after the Second World War. Washington is very concerned with China, and China are paying a great deal of attention to what's happening in Ukraine. This is not just a European conflict. It has significant impact beyond that, and we need to be up to this challenge.
Pizzula.
Thank you, Madam Chair. During 1,000 days of war, 122 billion euros available for assistance, and finally 1 million artillery shells delivered, European perspective, step by step, became a reality. As Europeans, we can be proud of our actions, but we must continue. On the other side, direct involvement of North Korea and the new nuclear doctrine, warmongering and war crimes. More support to Ukraine and stronger sanctions for all direct and indirect enablers of Russian aggressions are needed. Our transatlantic allies voted for a change that is difficult to predict, but we cannot get over-prepared for reaction to any way their action may take. If NATO will no longer be enough, European needs to step up. If rules and values became transactional tools, we must oppose it. While Ukraine fights for our security, Europe must lead the fight for the rule-based international order, as long as it takes.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Billy Kelleher. Oh, sorry, Michal Dworczyk. Sorry.
Pani Przewodnicząca, koleżanki i koledzy.
President, colleagues, on Wednesday when there was a big attack in Kiev from Russia, and that is one where citizens were attacked. The time between attacks is decreasing. There are thousands of North Korean soldiers as well. Looking at what's happening in Donetsk and Zaporizhzhia as well is terrible. Our partners often say that help from the West is not enough to stop Putin. So we need to strengthen sanctions against those who are aiding Russia, North Korea. We need to exert pressure on China. Because they lead the continent, they need to get out of the war. Ukraine needs help for peace, not at all costs, but fairly.
Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022 was not just about some regional conflict. It was about crushing an entire nation whose hopes and aspirations were to join the European Union, to embrace Western values and democracy. And this House has been supportive. But not every political grouping in this House has been supportive of Ukraine. And we saw more recently the shameful conduct of Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, in being friendly with a dictator like Putin. And it is appalling in this day and age that this particular home of democracy in the European Parliament can't even come together in unanimity around the issue of sanctions on Putin and on Russia. We have to ensure that we bring the Russian capabilities to its knees through sanctions and obviously in the area of military as well. Reference has been made to the fact that two nuclear wars are at war. Yes, they are. North Korea and Russia are at war, and are at war against a peaceful people in Ukraine as we speak. Some of the conduct in this particular chamber has been disgraceful, primarily from over there. It has been shameful. Slavia Ukraine.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Davor Ivo Stier.
Hvala predsjednice, kolegice I kolege. Ulazak sjever.
Thank you very much. The entrance of North Korea in the war of Russia against Ukraine is a very dangerous development. Russia has wanted it from the beginning. The narrative of Russia is that this is a global war against Russia. But what really needs to be a matter of our concern? Does anyone think that North Korea would join the war against Ukraine had China been really against it? Because China is the one who protects North Korea. And that is why today we should send a very clear message that defend the rights of Ukraine, that help Ukraine to fight Russian aggression. But we should also send a message to Peking. You should use your influence on North Korea and on Russia. You should use it in order to ask for good peace talks.
Thank you, President. In recent days, we've reiterated our unconditional support to Ukraine against the criminal Russian aggression, which has always had the characteristic of a conflict that is not just regional. Here in this chamber, we have condemned the links between North Korea and Russia. We've been forceful in saying that the attack on Kyiv is an attack on Europe and its values. And the sending of North Korean troops to Russia, it constitutes escalation to a global level. And this should increase our intentions and attempts to work in a diplomatic style, but also to try and make sure we can close the economic corridors that are financing propaganda and disinformation in our countries, and make use of frozen assets immediately, those oligarchs, so that we can provide military support for Ukraine, which we have to do. Let us continue to act in this way. And I hope this chamber can function as a diplomatic attempt to do things rather than what is we see in old films, people talking around the table while the Nazis were preparing the invasion of the world.
Adrian George Axinia.
Thank you, Madam President. As an MEP from the Alliance for the Union of Romanians and ECR, I think it is not good that the conflict is escalating. Russia is using ballistic missiles and soldiers from North Korea. Also, considering the geopolitical events in the US with the election of Trump, and given what's happened with the presidential election in Romania, there is a sense that we have remained stuck in some ideological narratives, like those soldiers that remain stuck in conflict long after the conflict has ended. We need to talk to the administration in Washington to draft a plan that leads to the ending of this bloody conflict. We need the treaty for offering security guarantees to Ukraine to contain a term for the entry into the EU of this country. We will remain a buffer zone, which is also valid for Moldova. Thank you.
Nikola Minchev.
Dear Madam President, dear Mr. Commissioner, honourable members.
Ukraine has chosen the path of democracy, human rights and rule of law. But what it gets in response, it faces aggression from a regime that recognizes only tyranny and violence. Russia must understand that its actions have consequences. Our unwavering support for Ukraine is not just a moral obligation, it's a clear statement that no dictatorship or invader will succeed in overturning the will of a free people. The growing military cooperation between Russia and North Korea presents a new threat to global stability. North Korea has deployed 11,000 troops to support Russia's war effort in Ukraine, but what it will get in return is even more alarming. The dark alliance of autocracies should compel us to act decisively. This crisis underscores the necessity for European strategic autonomy. We must be capable of defending ourselves through our own strength. By building a robust European defense infrastructure, we ensure that our Union can stand firm against any aggression, united, resilient and self-reliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Wouter Beke.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. 1,000 days, but in fact 4,000 days that Ukraine's been at war with Russia, and Russia's getting support from China, support from North Korea, support from India, support from Iran, support from the Houthi rebels. I've just got back from the Parliamentary Assembly of NATO, and there are experts there saying that Russia's getting more support than Ukraine is getting from the West. We're slapping ourselves on the back, given the amount of support we're providing, but Russia on the international stage is getting more support. That's the hard truth. And then we see interruptions of elections in Georgia, in Moldova, from Russia, and affecting Europe. Supporting Ukraine is supporting our Western democracy and our Western values vis-à-vis authoritarian dictatorships and regimes. I have one specific question. We need to give Ukraine the possibility to use long-range weapons to launch into Russia. And these launch platforms that are being attacked day by day, so give them that possibility, they can stop those attacks, Commissioner.
In 1 minute, please. We have a blue card from Mr. Grazoulis Petras, but I want to ask Mr. Grazoulis if he wants to take the blue card or the catch the eye, because both is not possible in this debate.
The blue card is okay.
The blue card? So you will not get the floor in the catch the eye? Okay.
I have understood, Mr. You are representing the EPP. You have the majority in the European Parliament. The President of the Commission also belongs to your party. She speaks, she says a lot of beautiful words, but they don't lead to action. Why don't you provide all the necessary armament to Ukraine? You simply talk. You shouldn't talk, but you have to do something.
Well, my appeal is not just to deliver weapons, but also use them in a more targeted fashion. Europe has said that it wants to provide weapons and wants to make long-range missiles available, but in a restricted manner. Make them more widely available, then these launch platforms, and Ukraine knows where these launch platforms are, then they can immediately be disabled and they won't be attacked every day by those rockets and missiles. That is my specific proposal.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Robert Biedron.
Sytuacja Ukrainy staje się coraz bardziej dramatyczna. Wydarzenia nie napawają optymizmem, ale to właśnie w takich momentach najważniejsza jest nasza solidarność. Niedawno Unia Europejska oraz kraje G7 postanowiły udzielić Ukrainie pożyczki w wysokości $50 miliardów, korzystając z dochodów z zamrożonych rosyjskich aktywów państwowych.
Sorry, there is no English interpretation. 1 second, please. Could you please check the English interpretation?
That's why we study
Sorry,
languages.
you can start then again.
You would understand me if you speak Polish. Okay, should I speak once again?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Sytuacja Ukrainy staje się coraz bardziej dramatyczna.
The situation in Ukraine is becoming worse day by day. The events on the battlefield and in nearby capitals are not reassuring, and this is when our solidarity is more important than ever. Recently, Europe and G7 countries decided to give Ukraine a loan of 50 billion euros from frozen Russian funds, Russian assets. That's important, but let's not forget that according to World Bank estimations, reconstruction of Ukraine will cost much more than 300 billion euros, and that amount goes up day by day. Putin and his allies must not remain unpunished. Russia must pay for all the damage. International law allows us to seize Russian assets that are in EU countries. Let's do that for Ukraine, to free it, and for Europe.
Rzecznik prasowy Pentagonu w zeszłym tygodniu.
Thank you. The spokesperson for the Pentagon last week said that there are 11,000 North Korean soldiers located in Russia, and also stated that African soldiers are also travelling to Russia. And this is stepping up, escalating the conflict. Now, we need more sanctions against Russia. Those who are supporting Russia's war and providing them with weapons as well. And we need to give a clear signal to Putin that the European Union will not give up on its support for Ukraine.
Madam President, Commission, colleagues. Last week we marked day 1,000 of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Despite our common efforts, our military aid to Ukraine is far from sufficient, and it comes too late. And our economic pressure on Russia works, but is not enough. Putin seizes every sign of weakness from Europe as an invitation to escalate, and the Ukrainians pay for it with their lives. Let me be clear. It's time for us to speak the only language that Putin understands. It's time to step up and make use of our power as a union for defense. Ukraine has the right to defend itself, and we must stand with them for as long as it takes. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Lukas Furlas.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, the European Union has helped Ukraine in the war against Ukraine. This is the only acceptable answer that should be given to any invader. Invaders have to pay the cost for their actions, and this is a principle which is not only fair, but it is a question of safeguarding peace and international legality. If we also have the coalition between Russia and North Korea, and if Pyongyang is involved, the international community has to take action. The European Union must not accept this development that threatens the principles of international law. Our unity must be the strongest answer to the invaders, and that will be the greatest hope for peace. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christel Schaldemose.
Tak skal du have, fru formand. Ukraine har været...
Thank you very much, Chair. Ukraine has been at war for more than 1,000 days. The Ukrainians are fighting for their country and our values, freedom, democracy, and peace. EU was the staunch supporter of Ukraine and have been from the beginning, and we need to continue that. But I admit that I really am disappointed at the size of support, because there are many EU countries who don't support the Ukraine, and they don't give half as much as small EU countries do. Ukraine is fighting for our values, and physically they are the bulwark against Putin's ambitions in Europe. So we need to step up our actions. So the big countries also need to now start supporting Ukraine, so the country has a chance that will be decisive to ending this war.
The next speaker is Andrei Kolar.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I think we are very good in producing various resolutions and condemning everything that we can, but I remember or recall that there were times in the past, not too long ago, when these resolutions and proclamations of outrage and condemnation were somehow backed up by concrete, real action. What about now? As I said, we have numerous proclamations, we have various resolutions, we condemn, we are outraged, we stand by someone, we change pictures on our social networks, yet we let the aggressor to push us back. We see Russia siding with Iran, siding with North Korea, and all we do is produce another resolution condemning whatever they do. I think that we must stop schultzing, you know? We must find the lost courage and finally back up the resolutions by serious action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Marcos Rosempere.
Gracias, President.
Thank you, President. Well, you can only imagine what over 1,000 days of war means without knowing whether a missile is going to hit your house, or tomorrow the invaders will come into your part of town. Over 1,000 days without knowing whether your child has a future. That's how things have been for over 1,000 days for Ukrainians with Putin's invasion. So we need to up our support to defend democratic values in the face of tyranny. Military support so that Ukraine can win this conflict, but also looking to its rebuilding. Frozen Russian assets need to be used so that the country can be stronger when it's reborn. Russian bombs threaten our democratic principles, but where Putin is destroying things, we need to protect and rebuild with our European values. Over 1,000 days of war, our support to Ukraine needs to be stronger than ever. Thank you.
Yes, the next speaker is Krzysztof Brejza.
Szanowni Państwo, dziś w obliczu brutalnych.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Now we support Ukraine. This is our democratic duty, and we need to ensure that we are able to combat the escalation from Russia. And a state is attacking Ukraine and our common values. Ukrainians want to support Western values, be part of the West. Therefore, our support is obligatory, especially when Putin is engaging in hybrid warfare against us. We should not bow to Putin. We need to see what has happened here, and we need to support Ukraine.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. This will be the third resolution on Ukraine in this legislature, and about the 20th since the invasion of Russia's carried out. We need to react to the provocations of Russia, and the arrival of North Korean troops is unacceptable. I'd like to recall that resolutions are important, but actions are even more important. Our resolutions often call on European governments to act. Sometimes they do it, sometimes it's late, sometimes they don't follow up properly. And the fundamental reason is that we haven't completed the European project yet, and the intergovernmental system is ill-adapted to the system requirements today: speed, resources and unity. With Putin on the one side and Trump on the other, if we want to support Ukraine, we need to support it militarily and work for a just and lasting peace. We have to be equal to the challenges of our time. We need to have a genuine political policy and common European defence. Otherwise, our resolutions remain just words. We have a new commission and we need to work with it.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Putin isn't just a dictator domestically. He's not only an aggressor to the outside world, he's also a dictator for those who carry on his message here in the European Parliament and in many other European parliaments, and in politics in member states and in Europe overall. And we need to stand for peace and so on and support that. If you look at what's going on in the US, in the old US administration, that was the truth, but that's not likely to carry on in the new US administration, because they're being propped up by North Korea, Tehran, and other opponents of our civilization. Because of all of this, the help from the West should carry on, and that is what I forecast now, peace and for the future.
Dear colleagues, the Russian brutal war of aggression against Ukraine has lasted for more than 1,000 days. It's the worst war in Europe since the Second World War. Ukraine is fighting for its freedom every day, for democracy and its existential right to... It's their fight, but it's also our fight, which is why we need to defend Ukraine as long as it takes to fight totalitarianism on one hand. We are the democracy. They have no laws. That's where we are. This is the defining moment for Europe and Europe's history. The autocrats seem to find one another. North Korea and Iran are supporting Russia. North Korea is even sending troops to Russia. What we need to learn is to stand together, and after the American elections, support Ukraine even more. Some European countries need to support more. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Very much. The next speaker is Sean Kelly.
Europe must remain steadfast in our support for Ukraine. If we allow Russia to succeed in this war, it would be a catastrophic precedent for our continent and the world. And with Donald Trump taking over in the United States, God only knows what will happen. We also face a growing challenge at home. On the far left and far right, we are seeing echoes of Russia's propaganda. This rhetoric seeks to undermine our unity and our commitment to Ukraine. For example, ahead of Ireland's general election this coming Friday, the left's Sinn Féin manifesto states, all sides must seize the current unlimited supply of weapons into Ukraine. I ask our Sinn Féin colleagues directly, what outcome do you want? Should Ukraine just surrender? Should they cede their territory to Russia? That is the only conclusion I can draw from such a statement. We must stand united for Ukraine and for Europe. Slava Ukraini, on Ukran Abu.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Vytenis Bovilas Andriukaitis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear Commissioner, colleagues. The Russian war of aggression against Ukraine has turned, ironically, from a 3-day Putin's victory parade into a grueling war that has been going on for almost 3 years. I admire all brave Ukrainians who are not afraid of the rolling Putin monster. Putin Russia's constant request for help from almost all world rouge regimes, Iran and North Korea, first with ammunition and now with soldiers, only shows that Putin's regime is weak. It is holding a clay legs that can crack at any moment. I have a question to all Putinophiles, who are, unfortunately, still too many among Western politicians, but even more numerous among BRICS countries. Do you agree that in a modern world, one country can unilaterally redraw the borders by use of force? If you do agree with this, then a war will be on your shores, and we can bury a modern international legal system destroying cornerstones of peace and multilateralism. For me, the answer is clear. We have to stand with Ukrainian people and do much more, and United for Ukrainian Victory is only one right answer and our slogan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ingeborg de Laak.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues. Oekraïne vecht al 1000...
Ukraine has been fighting for 1,000 days, not only for their freedom, but also for our freedom and our way of life. It is important that we support Ukraine in this fight and continue to support, both from Europe and from the individual member states. Peace and security are not self-evident anymore, unfortunately. And this is something we can't accept here in Europe nor in the Netherlands. The deployment of North Korean troops in the Russian army has shown that Russia is not prepared to give in. To get Russia around the negotiating table, unfortunately, long-range missiles will be necessary. The war has to be ended fairly and properly. As Mr. Zelensky said in this parliament, this has to be the year of peace. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Maria Guzenina.
Thank you, dear Chair. We all know that supporting Ukraine is also about defending European values, principles, peace, security, democracy, and rule of law. And we also know that eventually, if Europe is weakened, it affects the whole global balance. So my words go to across Atlantic, to Trump. If Trump wants to make good deals, he should see Europe as equals and partners. And Trump should treat Putin as he would treat someone attempting a hostile takeover, because that's what Putin is trying to do, attack our freedom and sovereignty. And in this House, we should be united. No one should for a second think that the future of Europe is secured with Putin's doctrine. North Korean soldiers brought to a European war is just one example that Putin's Russia will proceed. It will not stop if we are not going to stop him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ana Miguel Pedro.
1000 dias de resistência ucraniana são
1,000 days of Ukrainian resistance. This is a declaration to the world. You can't surrender freedom, but there's been a lot of sacrifice and courage. Children living surrounded by destruction, listening to sirens, 1,000 days of lives that have been torn apart, but people not giving in, defending their rights. For Europe, this is not a distant conflict. This is to do with fighting for European values, human dignity, the rule of law, freedom. If you think this is a distant war, it's already at our doors. History shows that autocrats step in when democracy yields. 1,000 days of resistance fighting for freedom. Otherwise, it will be at our doors.
Austatud president, head ametikaaslased.
President, colleagues, Russia's full war has changed completely the geopolitical situation in Europe and the world. War is on Europe's doorstep. We must answer the question, what's the next step from Russia? It's not a question whether Russia is going to attack a new country. It's a question of when Russia is going to do that. Europe's answer must be that Russia will never do that or never be able to do it. Putin is escalating the war, and that means NATO needs to act 2 times quicker. We must cancel all visas of Russian citizens to Europe, establish sanctions. Belarusian, Korea, Iran are together with Russia. We must do something. We must extend our activities against Russia. We must abolish all restrictions. Tonight's attack on Ukraine, they need our help and membership in NATO and the EU. Dale.
Tak for ordet.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I was born 15 years after World War II, but until 1,000 days ago, I could never have imagined that North Korean troops would be fighting in Europe against Europeans. But that's reality in 2024. It should be clear to everyone that the Kremlin regime will not hesitate to use any means to crush Ukraine. If Russia wins, all of Europe will have a very unsecure future, which is why we need to ensure that Russia loses this war. I'm proud to come from one of the countries that have provided the most support to Ukraine, and now I encourage the rest of Europe to reach the Danish levels of support as quickly as possible. Ukraine needs weapons to beat Russia and North Korea, not resolutions and beautiful words. Thank you.
Next speaker is Krzysztof Hetman.
Dziękuję bardzo, pani przewodnicząca, panie komisarzu.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. There's been a lot of talk of peace negotiations. Even here today, on several occasions, we've heard that mentioned. But there isn't any of us who understand what the peace negotiations would look like. Ukraine would have to participate, and its point of departure would have to be a position of strength vis-à-vis Russia. Otherwise, it would be a catastrophe for Ukraine and the whole of Europe. Europe has to support Ukraine, therefore, and this support cannot be conditioned on the European calendar of elections. We need to work with Ukraine, and we must remember the genocide on Poles in 1943. So we respect what's happening, but we want to have respect for all of the victims.
Děkuji, paní předsedající, pane komisaři.
Thank you very much, Chair, Commissioner, ladies.
Evropa selhává.
Let's be honest, Europe is failing. On the one hand, you have dictatorships, Putin's Russia, North Korea, China, Iran, Houthis, Yemen, dictatorships from Africa that are sending soldiers to the Russian front on Ukraine to kill Ukrainians. And toothless Europe is facing all of that. We are hemming and hawing. Should we send 1,000 or 100 grenades over? We're spending 2 years thinking whether we're going to make more or less. We're considering whether we should send more tanks or fewer tanks, send F-16s or not. And Brave Ukrainians are dying in the meantime. We need to wake up. The European Commission needs to wake up and realize that if Ukraine fails, the European Union fails along with it. France, Germany, Spain, countries that don't want to give more money are going to end up paying 10 times more than they would pay otherwise. Thank you.
Next speaker is Radan Kanev.
Благодаря, госпожо председател. Колеги,
Thank you very much.
αγαπητοί парламент или вдясно, както е в сегашния. Имаме свободата да променим стари политики и да приемем нови приоритети, често пъти едните и другите грешни. Имаме дори свободата във времена на криза и на комуникационна революция, бих казал, и хаос, в каквито живеем сега.
Sorry that I interrupt you. We have again no English interpretation. You have to start from new when the technical problem is solved. Is it okay now? You have to start, please.
Благодаря. Уважаеми колеги, имаме свобода.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have the freedom to go left or right. We have in this parliament, we also have a clear tend towards the right. We have the possibility to continue old policies or change priorities and change policies. Sometimes we get it wrong. We're now going through a period of crisis and in communication revolution. We could put our trust in populists. We can put our trust in people who lead us down the wrong path. Our enemies see that as one of our weaknesses. In Tehran, in Russia, and in other countries around the world. They are trying to attack us there, but they are doing the wrong thing because we have another freedom, the freedom to make mistakes. But nevertheless, we continue to stand for our values and can keep moving onwards.
Od ponad 1000 dni Putin zabija Ukrainę.
For the last 1000
wsie i miasta.
Putin has been
Ale jeżeli ktoś uważa,
but if someone thinks and hopes that Putin will stop in Ukraine, then they are mistaken, deeply mistaken. Putin is testing NATO. He's testing us, testing Europe. He's testing how far he can go. He's analyzing whether he can divide us. He's checking whether NATO and Europe will be ready to prevent the aggression by Putin. We have to show solidarity with Ukraine, and we have to mobilize any resources in order to support Ukrainians because the people of Ukraine are fighting against Putin and thus defending us, defending Europe. Therefore, all the forces must be focused on helping Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ines Vaidere.
Dārgie kolēģi,
Colleagues, the Russian war in Ukraine is entering a decisive phase. Ukraine is bleeding, and what can we do to try and ensure that Ukraine can win this war? What we have to do is to bolster our defense sector, our readiness. We realize that many countries have not yet reached the 2% target. Rich countries like Belgium, Spain, or Italy have not reached the 2% target. Germany must send Taurus rockets to Ukraine. And they also need to allow Ukrainians to attack targets in Russia. We also need to work on Ukrainian air defenses. This also requires financing. Sanctions need to be tightened, including sanctions against the Russian shadow fleet that continue to deliver energy to Europe. And thirdly, there needs to be international pressure on those countries which stand on Russia's side. If we don't do all of this, It will be our soldiers, our sons and daughters, who will have to be fighting in the Ukrainian stead.
First on our list is Matej Tonin. He's not there? Or? Ah, over there. Okay.
Dear colleagues, today we're talking about a basic and fundamental question. In what world do we want to live? What will be Europe of future for us? Will this be Europe that will be based on the rule of law? Or will this be Europe or the world that will be based on the rule of power? And if our response is that we want to live in the world based on the rule of law, then we need to actually change our approach. And our only response is that it is our moral duty to support Ukraine as long as it takes. Of course, Russian propaganda is very effective also in EU member states. Support for Ukraine means continuation of war, but this is a lie. This is a blatant lie. As soon as a balance is struck on the fighting field, then we'll have a chance for a lasting peace.
Next speaker is Juan Fernando López Aguilar. Micro, please.
Danke, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner Reynders, after 1,000 days of this unjustifiable war of aggression led by Putin against Ukraine, it's become increasingly clear that the military dimension of this conflict is it's not something which the European Union is well able to control. Putin is now threatening the nuclear option. He's also sending Korean and Yemeni troops. There are three things the European Union can do. First of all, we can maintain restrictive measures involving criminal law while using the funds confiscated from the interpreter picking up background noise from the speaker behind the speaker on the phone. It's important to point out that a whole series of countries, Poland and others, have been receiving funding for this. It's very important to maintain unity. This is the only way the European Union can remain relevant when it comes to finding a solution, in particular when Trump takes up occupancy in the White House.
Bert Frank Dröse.
Frau Präsidentin, der Ukraine.
Madam President, the war in Ukraine is lost. Anyone who says whatever it takes, as long as it takes or whatever, if you say the unshakable support, well, basically you're just continuing from what Joseph Goebbels said in his famous speech at the Sportpalast. Russia's destroying the infrastructure, but the NATO war of aggression on Serbia also destroyed infrastructure. The Serbian population is still waiting for the perpetrators to be punished. I could come to colleagues from the CDU from Germany. Gahler is a terrible saber rattler. He says that the destroyed undersea cable is, well, he seems to be pleased, be celebrating the destruction of these cables. Anyone who votes for the CDU is voting for war in Europe. They're voting for death and destruction. Thank you.
I would like to point out that members of the House are expected to speak about other members with respect, and they should avoid insulting them. The next speaker is Daniel Salinos.
I have just returned from Ukraine. I have a strong impression from the front lines that despite of our statements of solidarity, Ukrainians increasingly doubt the reliability of Western and European commitments. Ukraine still struggles to secure even the basic weapons and ammunition it urgently needs. Meanwhile, Russia seems to be successful in implementing its strategy of war of exhaustion. With North Korean troops directly entering the aggressive war on the Russian side, We are now witnessing the emergence of new Axis powers in the 21st century: Russia, Belarus, North Korea, Iran, and China. These tyrannical regimes view Ukraine as merely the first step in their broader goal to destabilize Western more democratic world and dismantle the rules-based international order. We must act actively. We must also have our strategy in countering the Axis powers. This means no more self-imposed trend lines, boosting our own defense capabilities and enforcing harsher sanctions on Russia and other Axis powers. Let us ensure that our support is worthy of Ukrainians' courage. Thank you.
Very much. The next speaker is Lukas Sieper.
Thank you, Ms. Vice President. Dear people of Europe, I wanted to hold a speech about the saying, "Show me your friends and I tell you who you are," but one colleague already did that, so I'm just going to say, if you use troops of a tyrant in your war, you are a tyrant. But one of my colleagues catched my eye, and this is Peter Bistron from the tyrant-supporting AfD. Peter Bistron, you need to know, right now faces criminal investigations in Germany because he was bribed by the Kremlin. And why do we know that he was bribed by the Kremlin? Because he was stupid enough to complain on telephone about the fact that they gave him 200 euro bills, which you cannot use in German gas stations. Of course, it's just an investigation, but as long as this investigation is pending, maybe Mr. Bistron should not have a big mouth about Russia in this parliament. Dear colleagues, we need to fight every tyrant, and we need to fight everyone that is on tyrants' payrolls. Slava Ukraina, thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Sieper. Ich möchte aber auch...
Thank you, Mr. Sieper. Once again, I'd like to point out to you that you are not allowed to call colleagues stupid in this House. That's disrespectful. You should always show respect here. And I'm sure you could find other ways of saying what you wanted to say. The next speaker is Andrej Dostal.
Vážení, jaké reálné...
Ladies and gentlemen, what real solution do you have apart from the fight until the last Ukrainian? We saw over 3 years that sanctions have been failing us. Russia enjoys the support from Russia, BRICS, and other nations in the world who have a bigger problem and issue with the West than with Putin. And also ignoring the genocide in Gaza is not helping us. There has been no coup d'etat in Russia and probably will never happen. It doesn't help to send money, and military intervention by the EU is not possible. We don't have an EU army, and the member states' armies would have to be approved by the national parliaments. I don't think there's a willingness to that. Even if there was a coalition of the willing, it cannot be directed from here, from the European Parliament. It does not have, never had, and never will have any power to decide over our participation in war on behalf of the member states. We do not have an interest in further escalation and becoming a battleground. The worst of the bad solutions for Ukraine, the best of the bad solutions is to negotiate peace for Ukraine. It's to be determined where the guarantees would come from.
Nesmierne rád, keď vás konečne uvidím, ako sami nastúpite na tú frontovú líniu, keď tak radi od rána do večera v tomto pléne.
Thank you very much. Will, we do need to act, but from dawn to dusk, you say we need to continue the war against the Russian Federation. We have to keep bombarding objectives in the Russian Federation and basically take us to the threshold of a third world war, a nuclear war. Well, who is the guilty party here? Where has our policy brought us so far? What did we do before 2014? There was an association agreement that many of you applauded, but this has taken Ukraine to a civil war that's cost tens of thousands of lives, and it also cost people's health, it'll cost capital for Ukraine, and that's the situation we're in now, on the threshold of a third world war. Well, all we're saying in this plenary is just keep doing the same, keep sending arms, keep threatening Russia with bombs. Nobody says the word peace. It seems that you're all very simplistic because you don't think you're part of this war.
The next speaker, João Oliveira.
Madam President, this is a very serious and dangerous moment. The possibility of confrontation between nuclear powers is a real risk today. If you're aware of this risk, you can only be worried by the tenor of this debate and the proposals for motions for resolution. It seems that so lightly you're insisting upon escalating a conflict that's been going on for more than 10 years now, closing our eyes to the catastrophic consequences that this could lead us to. Where will this lead us? Where do you want to push our peoples, our children, our grandchildren, with this very dangerous support for militarism and war that we're hearing from around the room? Since 2014, we have been calling for the US, NATO, and the EU should stop fanning the flames of this conflict. Since the very start, we have been calling for negotiation with all the parties involved, including the Russian Federation. We should find a political solution that guarantees peace and collective security and disarmament. What we need is to insist on building peace, and as we will continue to do.
The next speaker is Herr Braun.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. God bless everybody. Obviously, I'm against war escalation. I'm for the peace for all Europe, Ukraine, Russia, for everybody. But I can hear you warmongers here in this House mentioning values that you think Ukrainian regime represents. I can hear some of you saying that they are fighting for our values. So, well, that would be very bad for you, ladies and gentlemen, because the current Kiev regime is representing the tradition of genocide, Nazi Ukrainian, Bandera genocide. Don't you see SS Galician emblems on the arms of Ukrainian soldiers? Don't you see their banners? Don't you hear what they say? Don't you hear yourself when you say Slava Ukraini?
To interrupt you now, the minute is over, and it's a question also of respect, please. Thank you very much, or not. And now we come to the last speaker. Is Mr. Grazoulis here? Because we had a little bit more time, so I can give him the floor. No, he's not here. Then we finish the Catch the Eye, and now we come to Mr. Didier Reynders for the Commission. Please, Commissioner, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, Minister, honourable members. This debate illustrates the need to continue the EU support to Ukraine. The European Union and its member states have done a lot, but the needs remain huge. Let me stress that this extraordinary assistance is an investment in the EU's future. Ukraine is to be able to successfully defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity, also for our own security. The deployment of troops from North Korea to support Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is a dangerous escalation of the war by Russia and has serious consequences for European and global peace and security. We strongly condemn it. In addition to transfers of arms and millions of artillery shells from North Korea to Russia, this is yet another blatant violation by Russia of international law, including the UN Charter, as well as of several UN Security Council resolutions adopted with Russia's support. It sends a clear message. Russia is not sincerely interested in a just, comprehensive and lasting peace, but is escalating and desperately seeking support for its war. You have rightly pointed out two issues requiring further work. We have indeed gradually moved from the one-off solutions at the outset of the invasion to more systemic assistance mechanisms. Our support to Ukraine will remain a crucial priority of the next Commission and High Representative Designate Khalef. We will do more to put EU assistance on a more sustainable, predictable footing. This is essential to strengthen Ukraine now and for its recovery once the long-awaited peace is restored. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Now the floor has the Council, Mr. Janusz Buka.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, the European Union continues to call on both Russia and the DPRK to immediately cease violation of UN Security Council resolutions and the UN Charter, and urges the DPRK to stop providing support to Russia's illegal war efforts. The European Union is closely coordinating with international partners on the matter, considering the serious consequences of this escalation for regional and global peace and security. The European Union will continue to do its part to uphold its international obligations and implement UN Security Council resolutions. We will continue to urge others to do the same. We are united in the condemnation of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. We are united in supporting Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity. We will continue our work in support of Ukraine and its people, and this work must also include diplomatic action for a sustainable peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wir kommen nun zum Abschluss der Aussprache.
That brings us to the end of our debate. The debate is now closed. To wind up the debate, different political groups have tabled several different draft resolutions. We'll be voting on them on Thursday. We'll be suspending the sitting now for a few minutes. We will resume at 12 with the votes. Thank you.
Sì.
You can do that. And run it.
Yeah, you were manage.
On Please, colleagues, if you can take your seats so we can proceed with the votes. Thank you. Please, colleagues, if you can sit down. Good. Thank you. The sitting is resumed. Now, I would like to inform the House that I have received a request for point of order, and I would like to give the floor to Mr. Sebastian Cruz and ask him to also state at the beginning the article in the Rules of Procedure based on which he is making the point of order. Mr. Cruz.
Hartelijk bedankt, voorzitter. Ja, ik vraag dit punt van orde aan onder vermelding.
Thank you very much. This is based on Rule 202. At the previous Strasbourg meeting, there was a point of order regarding a number of colleagues on the left side of the room, regarding the use of political statements. There was no reaction on that. And then there was another point of order, but no reaction was given. So my point of order has to do with the fact that colleagues make a point of order to make a political statement, and then if there's a point of order made on that, there is no reaction on that, and so on and so forth. So I would like to know, what is the point in making a point of order if there's no reaction given? Thank you.
Thank you. And I have also another point of order request from Mr. Garot. Please, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you very much, President. Article 10(3) of our Rules of Procedure states that it's not possible for members to have flags or symbols in the room. According to the 6th of October decision, you cannot have national flags on your desk. National flags are considered somehow to be a political symbol. So why is Mrs. Rima Hassan and some of her extreme left colleagues allowed to have Palestinian symbols and symbols of the struggle against Israel in the hemicycle? If we're not allowed to have our own national flags on our desk, of course you should be also banning the symbols of a militant cause. Our group has written to the President of the Parliament a number of times, and Mrs. Hassan is repeatedly breaking this rule. What do you plan to do to act in response?
Thank you. Now, let me Let me inform you that the plenary chamber is a place for the oral exchange of views and expressions of opinions. The display of banners is indeed not allowed by the rules of procedure, and there's been court ruling on that as well regarding the flags. Members who were displaying visual and political symbols have been invited and asked to take them off before speaking. Now, let's come to the vote. And please don't forget to put in all your voting cards, because everything is going to be roll call, so you will need to be pressing the buttons. Now, the first one is a report by Mr. Molnar on the nomination of a member of the Court of Auditors, Iliana Ivanova. Now, it's a secret ballot. The vote is open. Almost. Yeah, I see that. Okay, the vote is closed. Carried. Now we come to the objection on genetically modified maize, MON 89034. We have a motion for resolution there. That is Amendment 2, also by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and it is adopted. Then we have Amendment 1, also by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and it's rejected. And now we vote on the resolution as a whole, also by roll call vote. Vote is open. The vote is closed, and it's adopted. Now we have objection on genetically modified cotton, COT 102. We vote on the resolution as a whole, also by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and it is adopted. Now we come to the next objection, which is on genetically modified maize, MON 89034 and 8 of its sub-combinations. We first have Amendment 2 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and it's adopted. Then we have Amendment 1, also by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and it's rejected. And now we vote on the resolution as a whole, also by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and it's adopted. Now we come to the objection on genetically modified maize, MON 810. We have only the vote on the resolution as a whole, by roll call vote. That's all today. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and it's adopted. We come to the objection on genetically modified maize, DP 915635. We start with the Amendment 2 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and it's adopted. Now we come to the Amendment 1, roll call vote. The vote is open.
The vote is closed. And it's rejected. And now the vote on the resolution as a whole by a roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it's adopted. Now we come to the objection on genetically modified maize, DP 023211. And we start by the amendment 2. It's also a roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it's adopted. We then come to the amendment 1, roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it's rejected. Now vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and it's adopted. And now we come to the objection on genetically modified maize, DP 202216. We start with amendment 2 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it is adopted. Now amendment 1 by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it is rejected. Now vote on the resolution as a whole by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and it is adopted. And before the vote on the last objection, let me remind you that the members who are on the speakers list for the first debate in the afternoon to remain in the chamber. So I hope you have eaten before, because the debate will start immediately after the vote. Now we come to the last objection on the genetically modified maize, MON 94804. And we vote only on the resolution as a whole by roll call vote. The vote is open. And I spilled. Okay, this machine stops. The vote is closed. I'm fine. And it's adopted. Thank you very much. And I have to be careful next time. This is, I don't know.
C'est ici, hein?
In the budget. Yeah. Dear colleagues, we will now begin the debate. So please take your seats, or if you're not wanting to stay in the chamber, please leave quietly. Thank you very much. So we will begin now, so please leave the chamber if you don't want to stay for the debate. And please, colleagues, respect the next debate and stay quiet if you're not having the floor. The next item on the agenda is the report by Mr. Negrescu and Mr. Herbst, the 2025 budgetary procedure. It's a joint text. And we will start with Mr. Van Overtveld for 3 minutes. Budget Chair, please. The floor is yours.
Voorzitter, collega's, commissaris.
President, colleagues, Commissioner. Now, the budget, which is in front of us today, is the result of intensive work which was put into this by the two rapporteurs, whom we would like to thank. And there are substantial differences compared to what was agreed back in 2020. Of course, in the meanwhile, the political situation has changed considerably by events which many thought were impossible at the time, but which have occurred. So in this budget, we've tried to take urgent challenges, the Russian aggression to Ukraine, the pressure as a result of migration, the Middle East, the impact of natural disasters, and, of course, then the competitive edge of our economy. So to meet these challenges, Parliament used many means during talks in a number of areas. Now, here we have tried to meet challenges, expenses which have to do with research and development, but also to protect our citizens and to protect our external borders. This is an agreement following the revision of the MFF earlier this year, and it was also due to the fact that we had to react to new urgent reality. Now, this budget is the fifth one in the current MFF. Of course, the MFF requires stability and discipline, but sometimes there are problems. Flexibility is also important. I'm also thinking of the possible MFF proposal, which the Commission will be proposing. We will therefore have to move on to the period after 2028. We also are dealing with a situation in which the Commission has to, or the EU has to adapt to an ever-changing world. We cannot remain static. The world is changing very fast. We really have to work in the interest of our citizens. This is the only way that we will be relevant, effective, and ready for the needs of today and those of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Negrescu, the rapporteur. Please, the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, dear Commissioner. Dear colleagues, we did it. We found an ambitious agreement on the EU annual budget for 2025. With our plenary vote, we give the final go-ahead for the EU budget to be signed into law. As the chief negotiator of the European Parliament, I believe it is important to highlight that this was more than a mere formality. In times of institutional transition, societal turmoil, and complex geopolitical realities in many regions of the world, public budgets are often the focal point of political conflicts. We see governments and coalitions stumble over their battles about spending priorities, but we kept our unity. At almost 200 billion euros, the EU budget for 2025 that we have agreed with the Council is 6% bigger than this year's, meaning a 10 billion euro increase, responding to the needs of Europeans while being able to pay back for the post-pandemic economic recovery of the Union without cutting key programs. By approving our EU budget for next year, we will send a forceful message to the citizens that the EU, despite the difficult political and economic context, is able to equip itself with the financial means necessary to implement its policies and respond to its people's needs. On top of the Commission's proposals, we have managed to add 422 million more for education and young people, increasing Erasmus Plus to a total of 4.3 billion, 45 million euros for research, innovation and health, 30 million euros for agriculture, in particular for young farmers, making it a total of 39.9 billion euros for the European Agricultural Guarantee Fund, 5 million euro for nature, biodiversity and climate action, 10 million euro for the management of the EU external borders, in particular for Schengen enlargement with Romania and Bulgaria, 6 million more for military mobility, or 50 million more for humanitarian aid, and we have many examples of this kind. But also we have increased our support for the work of the European Public Prosecutor's Office and Europol. Within these tight margins of the financial framework, I am proud that we have shown that we can pay this cost without cutting flagship programs, and in the same time we managed to install a budgetary discipline. At the same time we managed to restore Council reductions to the flagship programs, and in the same time retain a sizable amount for the flexibilities for next year. We also have provisioned in the budget for additional disaster relief in our regions, and of course in particular in the rural areas. And we are trying to help the compatriots affected by the floods, droughts and wildfires. As part of the agreement, we accorded to front-load payment appropriation of up to 3 billion euros to provide support for regions affected by natural disasters. And of course, we refer here to the regions and the countries from Central and Eastern Europe, and of course to our friends from Spain. Our unity among the groups helped to push our interests and priorities in the discussion with the Council. Despite the fact that we have differences in this House, we were able to negotiate a solid and strong budget for 2025 that replies to our citizens' expectations and helps alleviate some of the hardships that they are facing. I call on you to vote in favor of the budget 2025 tomorrow, and I would like to thank my colleagues, the shadows, my colleagues from the S&D conciliation team, the Council also for their work, but also the Commissioner. This is your last budget. You did a great job. Thank you for that. And I think we need to approve the budget tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rapporteur. And I will give the floor to Mr. Herbst, the next Rapporteur, for 3 minutes. The floor is yours, please.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren.
Thank you very much, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner. First of all, I would like to thank the Commission for the help that you've given us in these very difficult negotiations, but I'd also like to thank the Council Presidency for the tough but fair negotiations and the constructive atmosphere. In the past, we've seen interinstitutional battles taking place and small issues that ended up taking centre stage. This was not the case this time round. We were able to stick to the essential, that which are the points that Mr. Negrescu has just flagged up. the relationship between Council and Parliament, under the supervision of the Commission, was good, and that's why we've got a good overall result. Of course, the Parliament has done its best to try and live up to our responsibilities. I think that we've succeeded in doing so. Our key point was cyber security, and I think we were able to find a consensus on that. We were also keen on ensuring the sufficient posts for the various institutions. We've seen that problems in one institution can have an impact on others, and I think that we can be proactive, and I'm glad that the Parliament has done its role here. EDPS is important. We're going to have to work carefully on the subject of AI in future. We need to ensure that the financial resources available are a bit better so we don't end up with a bottleneck. I think that was important, but security on the whole is important. When it comes to the External Action Service, we've seen that there were big security issues, and in tens of millions we've been able to strengthen that budget. The institutions have to also look after their staff. That applies to the Luxembourg housing allowance. It has to be possible for people to live and work in Luxembourg. So now we have created the conditions to ensure that people can get onto the housing ladder even if they are in the lower staff categories. I think that we have managed to reduce administrative costs, or at least to keep them low. I think that we need to redouble our efforts in future. It won't be enough, but we should also be clear that we need to ensure the administration functions. It should be as cheap as possible, but it should also ensure that we can do the work we need to do. Thank you.
We come to the Council, and I will give the floor to Minister Boka. The floor is yours, please.
President, honourable members, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express the Council's satisfaction that we were able to reach an agreement in the Conciliation Committee after long and intense discussions during the night of 15th and 16th of November. Together, we worked hard to find a solution that would equip the Union for the challenges of the 5th year of the current multi-annual financial framework, which is at the same time the first annual budget after the mid-term revision of the MFF and the first application of the cascade mechanism for the unfortunate interest cost overrun of the Next Generation EU. The negotiated budget for 2025 responds to our priorities, including the latest geopolitical developments, fulfills our legal obligations, and provides support for actions that are important for the European citizens, as well as regions affected by natural disasters, including the recent floods, for example, by putting €3 billion in reserve for Restore that is made automatically available once the proposal is adopted. Let me highlight that increasing the cohesion payments with an unprecedented €3 billion in the current challenging economic and budgetary environment is a great achievement. I also welcome that the Council and the Parliament agreed on changing the budget nomenclature for the Reform and Growth Facility for the Western Balkans in order to increase predictability to our partners. Regardless of the positive elements, I will not hide from you that the result was not an easy agreement for some Council members. The Council considers that strict and prudent follow-up of the Next Generation EU's additional interest costs and the borrowing strategy of the Commission is necessary in order to adhere to the MFF mid-term revision on the implementation of the so-called cascade mechanism. I am glad to inform you that after the successful outcome of the Conciliation Committee, the joint text was formally approved by the Council earlier this week. The Council expects the European Parliament to also approve the joint text. The general budget for the financial year 2025 will then be adopted within the deadlines foreseen by the Treaty to allow for an orderly start of 2025. I thank the Chairman of the European Parliament's Committee on Budgets, Johan van Overtveld, and the rapporteurs, Victor Negrescu and Niklas Herbst, and their teams for the good cooperation during the last weeks and months. I would also like to extend my thanks to all members of the European Parliament who contributed to ensuring the outcome of the conciliation. I would also like to extend my special thanks to Commissioner Hahn and his team for facilitating our negotiations. I commend the formidable work by my colleague, State Secretary Peter Bonai and his team, who have guided this crucial process from the side of the Council. President, honourable members, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, in the hope of a positive vote tomorrow, I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister. And now I will give the floor to the Commission and Commissioner Hahn. The floor is yours, please, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Members of this House, Rapporteur, Minister. Well, indeed, I think that we can say that we have an agreement. We were able to achieve that in the early hours of Saturday morning, before the deadline. So we were able to get a budget earlier than we had to. We were able to negotiate in a constructive atmosphere. And I would like to thank the Secretary of State, the Rapporteur, all of the negotiators, and I'd like to thank them for the very constructive negotiations. I think that the result is good, given the starting point. The Parliament had a particularly ambitious starting point. 2025 will be a year of the mid-term revision. And 700 million euros was the agreement on the amount that the budget needed to be increased by. So there was not much room to put anything extra on top. The possibility of redeployments were not great, and there wasn't much room for anything extra to fit in. Nevertheless, I think we found a very good solution. And I'd like to thank the rapporteurs and the shadow rapporteurs and the Hungarian presidency. The budget has more than 200 billion in commitments and 155 billion in payments. It's a so-called tip year. That's to say, a year where the payments from the cohesion funds for the previous funding period expire and have not really started in the new cohesion policy period. So that's why there's an imbalance between commitments and payments. I think in the negotiations, we were able to get a good solution for the citizens who rely on the political institutions to find a solution to ensure that we can support those regions that over the last few weeks and months have faced flooding in Central Europe and in Spain. The Commission set forth a proposal for a restore package for this kind of situation. I'm very grateful that the Parliament has been working hard to ensure that we can get this in place before Christmas. The necessary funding measures are being worked on now. So I was pleased to see that a reserve of 300 million euros was put to one side, so that we'll be able to use that as soon as we've got agreement on the legislative texts. I think that it should allow for pre-financing of those projects that are required to try and help in respond to the damage caused by the floods. There were also very intensive negotiations as to how we can deal with some of the other outstanding issues. Our result is conservative, but we have a reliable solution. 50% can be financed through redeployments and 50% by decommitments, that's to say on the interest payments. This should allow the interest and dividend costs of New Generation EU to be covered. I think it also sets a good basis for the years 2026 and 2027. So once again, I would like to thank you. I'd like to thank the Council for confirming my assumption that we will find a strong majority also in the plenary behind this agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Commissioner. And now we will take the round of speakers on behalf of the political groups, starting with EPP and Mr. Halisik. Yeah, and for 1.5 minutes, please.
Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Commissioner, I would like to thank you for your cooperation. This was a very good cooperation, and tomorrow Parliament will decide not only on approving the budget for 2025, the Parliament will decide when it comes to having new Commission. We will have financial framework to start to go well into the new year with new tasks. The European Parliament, thanks to good negotiations run by Victor Negrescu, this was a common effort. Our Parliament was very unified thanks to that, and we were able to defend against very drastic cuts proposed by the Council in some flagship areas. And today, I can tell you that we will have the support for protecting our external borders. We will have stable financing for important agencies that operate in the area of security. Frontex, Europol will be able to protect our citizens against natural catastrophes. There will be funds for that, including the reserve, which will also include our flood victims in Poland, 1.5 billion as a front payment, and this amount is not sufficient, but it is a very important first step. We have to think about future challenges when it comes to food security, health security. There is a lot of challenges ahead of us, and this budget is a good first step. We must start thinking about the tasks for New Year's and the new multi-financial framework. The new framework, we know how to act. We have to be united. I would like to thank the negotiators, rapporteurs from different political groups, and I do hope that this budget, the budget of the new term, will be the harbinger of a very good reaction to the needs of our citizens. People expect this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Ushakovs for 1 minute and 30 seconds, please.
Thank you, President. For the first time, the European Union has a budget of 200 billion euros, and it's an important increase in the Union's financial capacity. However, the European Union budget remains relatively small. A budget of 200 billion euros is less than the budget of Denmark, and that means that we need to be clear with the priorities when we vote for the budget. Despite the pressure of repaying the COVID recovery debt, we have succeeded in protecting key programs from cuts. That's when we talk about priorities. Because taking funding away from youth or scientific research to cover interest payments would have been disastrous. In my own country, Latvia, the national government faces a similar challenge, repaying debt. Unfortunately, the proposed solutions include several controversial measures, such as cutting funding for urgent medical assistance. Again, about priorities, we managed to provide additionally 3 billion euros to allocate to support European regions affected by natural disasters. It was crucial to find a solution that didn't impact the cohesion funds. Taking money from one part of Europe to assist another would have violated the very principles of solidarity. At the same time, we continue to struggle with the budget of the European administration. This is a never-ending story. Increasing responsibilities every year, systemic underfunding, and hundreds of transfers during the year to deal with the consequences of underfinancing. At this rate, we risk to face a significant crisis in our administration pretty soon. I would like to express my gratitude when we talk about the budget to rapporteurs, Victor Negrescu and Nicholas Herbst, and I would like also to express gratitude for 5 budgets we managed to adopt to our Commissioner Hahn. Good luck, Mr. Hahn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mr. Sanchez for 2 minutes, please.
Le Parlement et le Conseil étant...
The Parliament and the Council didn't agree, which meant conciliation of the budget was necessary. During those negotiations, I represented the Patriots Group during this very abysmal theatre play which took place on the 15th of November. Only the Patriots Group voted against the Parliament proposal for several reasons. First of all, increases in appropriations for the Asylum Migration Integration Fund decided on during this conciliation meeting were unjustifiable. This expenditure is disproportionate and shows how unconnected we are from the real needs of European citizens. The European Party is betraying them. During the conciliation, an additional envelope of €213 million was given by the Council to the Parliament. All night, I continued asking them for them to use this money to strengthen Frontex in the fight against immigration, as well as supporting our farmers, who are suffering because of Mercosur in particular, refusal from the other groups who preferred migration or to allocate more money to useless bodies such as the ECOSOC, which would do better to try to better manage its budget. So the breakdown of this €230 million was done over 5 minutes on the back of an envelope with Renew and other minority groups who decided, although the majority in this House shouldn't be of the left, what about the EPP? Will they finally show some courage rather than just simply tagging along with the left when it comes to budgetary matters? Other majorities will be possible in the Parliament. The budget is a major political budget decision, more important than anything else. This was certain initial measures designed as emergency measures will actually involve 50% transfer from the URI tool, which will then be used to fund Next Generation EU. Our group opposed this moderation, which further exacerbates budgetary risk. It wasn't the Council, but it was the Parliament which was to blame, which actually wanted to increase the amount for 65 per the euro. This budget is irresponsible. It's based on compromises and smoky room deals. We need to ensure that we have strict budgetary discipline. We have to look for wasteful expenditure so as to prioritise strategic objectives which the people of Europe need. In the meantime, we are the only ones who can continue to look European citizens in the eyes.
Please, when you speak slowly so that it is possible for the interpreters to follow you. And the next speaker is Mr. Ransa for 1 minute and 30 seconds. The floor is yours, please.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have an agreement between EU institutions, which is encouraging. There are some objections, which is a natural thing, because some would say that this is a budget which is highly ideological, in particular in the Green Deal, which is dragging us downwards as we are losing competitivity with respect to USA and China. This is also a reactive budget. People say that the EU is too slow in bringing support. This budget is very important because people count on it. This is a very extensive budget. As we always say, the European Union will not be able to solve all our problems by allocating its budgetary funds. And 10 member states of the European Union keep reminding us of the fact that they are net payers towards the EU budget. This is quite unpleasant to hear, because the richer member states need to support those that are less well endowed. This is what this budget is for. In fact, I will be voting for this budget because we need to have resources very quickly to support farmers, young farmers, to ensure security in the European Union. Money will come in handy for that. We see natural disasters. This is all very important to my group, to ECR. I would like to thank Mr. Negrescu for his collaboration. Thank you very much to Commissioner Hahn for working with us. And I'm sure that your Polish successor will be taking into account your achievements and experience. Thank you.
President Keller, for 1.5 minutes, please.
Madame la Présidente.
President, colleagues, Commissioner Hahn, I think that I can congratulate ourselves on this agreement, which will mean that the European budget will be flexible and reactive for 2025. We've managed to bring back successfully all the cuts which were proposed by the Council, which amounted to 1.5 billion. We've also managed to achieve considerable increases for Parliament's priorities and my group's priorities, Renew Europe. We've managed to obtain increases for youth with Erasmus+, for defence with military mobility, climate with LIFE, competitiveness, Horizon Europe, for Europol, Eurojust, the European Prosecutor, and for emergency and humanitarian aid, thanks to the civil protection mechanism. All of this ensuring a reimbursement of the debt due to the recovery plan. Now, this is only a small percentage of the budget. Margins are very limited, and yet our citizens are asking for more action on the part of the EU. So I would therefore call on the Commission and on Member States to invest in Europe, to give us more means and flexibility for the next MFF, and to leave more margin for manoeuvre in the annual budget. The time has come, colleagues, to equip ourselves with the next MFF, which will be strategic so that we can really meet our ambitions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Keller, and the next speaker is Mr. Andresen for 2 minutes, please.
Vielen Dank. Alle Jahre wieder kommt der Ratspräsident.
Thank you very much. Every year, the President of the Council comes back to Brussels at the times of the budget negotiations. Every year, we're confronted with the threat of cuts from the Council. Each time round, the European Parliament manages to cooperate so as to head off those cuts. This time, we succeeded once again. We actually obtained increased funding for certain important areas, humanitarian health, for example, Horizon Research Project, nature protection, LIFE, or also the Rights and Values Programme, which is designed to ensure that we can strengthen civil society at a time when our democracy is backsliding. In reality, however, the budget still hasn't got enough money. The real problems we face in the European Union are far greater than those which can be covered by the EU budget. This is why we should avoid having to negotiate with the Council every year to prevent further cuts or call for minor increases. We should actually call for an entirely new structure of the budget: climate change, security policy, humanitarian aid, cross-border investment in infrastructure. All of these needs are essential. And in all of these areas, up until now, the Council has failed to act in a strong and united way. So, on the one hand, we listen to these flowery speeches from heads of state and government, but then we see what reality is in the House. We hear people such as Olaf Scholz making all sorts of announcements in public which never turn into reality. So we have to be willing to denounce these double standards from member states. We have to bring about a step change where we have to stop fighting every year to prevent these cuts. It's important that we work together in the European Parliament. Nevertheless, I'm happy with the result, and I would like to congratulate our colleague Negrescu, as well as our colleagues, the Commissioner responsible for budgetary control, who's here for the last debate. I'm very happy that we were able to increase funding at the last minute.
Rivera for 1.5 minutes, please.
Members, Commissioner, today we're discussing the results of the negotiations between the Parliament and the Council on the EU budget for 2025. The Parliament's position follows the final agreement. It follows the interests of the big multinational companies and financial interests, not the interests of citizens. There's more money put into interfering in other countries, militarism, border controls, escalation at the borders. This is money that is not going into the productive sectors, into cohesion, into supporting public services and housing.